We begin today's broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather today and pay our respects to their elders, past and present. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. So welcome to day 3 of the 2020 Australian Rowing Championships here on a beautiful morning in Lake Ngambia. I'm joined again by Lizzie Chapman. Apparently we open the batting every day, Lizzie.
Why not? Why not, Razor?
And we bring the young people in after you and I are worn out after the first hour.
That's right.
So we'll have the Australian Rowing Championships, but today it's all about the semi-finals, quarterfinals and semi-finals for the Pathway kids.
That's right, it is. And then a smattering of the open events as well. And we've seen some fantastic racing throughout the regatta, haven't we? But today really is going to test the mettle of those who've managed to make it through so far.
Well, at the moment, the forecast, looking out the window is better than the forecast said it would be.
Yeah.
The under-17s that are going to row in the A final tomorrow in the women's, they've got a quarter final in the morning, and then hopefully for them a semi-final, the last 2 races of the day. So they've got a big day ahead of them.
They have indeed. But you're absolutely right. I think that wind came up yesterday earlier than we expected. And with a bit of luck, it's going to stay relatively okay today. Fingers crossed. And if not, it's an outdoor sport. So
yes.
We just have to deal with whatever conditions we get when we get to the start line.
And, of course, we need everybody out here to stay safe. We're still in a COVID environment. And if you're racing 3 or 4 races a day, they need to recover well because it's still a bit warm here.
It's warm and it is a bit dusty. And as we said, it's windy. So, yes, absolutely. It might feel like you've got a cold. So you need to make sure you keep yourselves really healthy. Drink plenty. And, don't panic. Stay safe.
Yep, that's right. So we'll have a couple of little breaks during the day. The last 2 races of the day are the semi-finals of the under-17 girls singles, our biggest entry of the regatta.
Massive.
Yeah,
massive.
Absolutely massive. So heats, repecharges, quarterfinals, semi-finals and through to A-finals tomorrow. Looking forward to all of the semi-finals today, and we'll bring it to you live here from the commentary box at Lake Ngambia.
Have a good racing day, everyone. Rowing Australia would like to thank all partners, supporters and suppliers of the 2022 Australian Rowing Championships. Sport Australia, the Australian Institute of Sport, Hancock Prospecting, Rowing Victoria, Strathbogie Shire Council, Ngambia Rowing Club, Greater Shepparton City Council, the Victorian State Government, Coles Supermarkets, 776 BC, Tempur, KJR, Croker Oars, Bont Rowing, Sykes, Perfect Balance Rowing, Ticketmaster, The Regatta Shop, Konica Minolta, Ambulance Response Services. Rowing Australia would like to thank all event volunteers who have generously provided their time to become one of the Coles Supermarkets volunteer team. Your dedication and commitment have ensured that we can provide a successful and enjoyable event for all. A special thank you to Coles Supermarkets, who have supported all our volunteers throughout the whole event. When you're around the regatta this week, please be sure to thank our great volunteers and volunteer boat race officials for all the support they're giving us and you this week.
So again, this morning we're going to have a live interview in the box, and I welcome Andrew Gearan. Andrew, congratulations on being Rowing Australia's Official of the Year.
A great honour to be given that great award, Rosa, and thank you very much for your congratulations.
The life of an official, a boat race official, for you began how many years ago?
Probably about 45 to 50 years ago. After I finished rowing, I took up being a boat race official, which was a good way of maintaining an interest in the sport at a modest level.
Yep.
However, I couldn't help myself. I decided I wanted to umpire at the state championships. Then I thought, no, I really want to umpire at national championships. Then I thought, well, I've gone this far, I might as well do some international championships. So from just wanting to keep involved and helping the sport, and still seeing the people I know rowing out on the water to the international level is it has many sides to it.
Well, like an official, like an athlete, the Olympics, the World Championships are the pinnacle. So I thoroughly understand how an official would aspire to go to the Olympics or the World Championships as an official.
And it's a great honour to be given that choice. And it was my time was at the Olympic Games was in Sydney.
Yep.
And I also did a World Championships in St Catharines, Canada, and also Milan in Milano.
On the course in Milan. And of course, you're a 50-year member of Mercantile Rowing Club.
Yes, a bit like you with your club, Razor.
Yes.
I think you're a 50 plus.
54 years of Pine Rivers Rowing Club, yes. But we're not quite as prominent as Mercantile.
Yes, we like to maintain a level of prominence down there in Melbourne.
Proudly so. And the rivalry between Mercs and Melbourne Uni is alive and well.
Legendary.
Absolutely.
Look, in many ways, it's a bit sad that Victoria only has two high-performance clubs.
Yep.
But if you've only got two, of course, the rivalry will always be there.
Yeah. Well, and other kids can be coached by their coaches wearing a different singlet, can they not? Rosie Popper was a Banks rower.
Correct, and yes, that's always the case. The coaches help, and also, despite the rivalry during the season, remarkably row together and willing to row together and do it really well in Victorian crews.
Yeah, collegiately. Yeah, that's good. So. Also, in your spare time, you've been President, Chairman of Rowing Victoria, President, Chairman of Mercantile, been on the board of Rowing Australia, been a councillor to Rowing Australia. What haven't you done?
That sounds a bit like the man sitting next to me, Ray Ebert, has a similar sort of CV. Once you get involved, I couldn't help myself, and got involved with the administration. Yes.
Yeah. So it's a lifelong involvement, isn't it?
And that's one of the great beauties of the sport, is that you can find a meaningful role for yourself in the sport, no matter what age, even our age, Ray.
Yeah. Yep. So, Andrew, you're doing officiating here today. You've won the Official of the Year. My last question, you said to me it's not probably for what you've done in the last year. It's a cumulative award.
I suspect that's why I got it, because last year I didn't do anything particularly special. I did the usual national championships, a couple of selection trials and local regattas, but I suspect whoever are the judges probably looked back.
Yeah. Well, congratulations again, and thank you for your time this morning, and good luck. You're umpiring this afternoon, I understand.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Hancock Prospecting are the proud principal partners of Rowing Australia and the Australian rowing team, and wish all competitors and athletes a successful regatta. The AIS is the principal sponsor and partner of Rowing Australia. The AIS provides Rowing Australia with funding to ensure they have the capacity to create a sustainable sport through best practice governance and administration, intellectual property ownership, athlete management and support structures, and general accountabilities. Importantly, the winning partnership highlights the commitment to ensuring Australian athletes excel in the international sporting arena and increasing Australians' participation in rowing. Sport Integrity Australia's advice is that no supplement is safe to use and athletes should not risk their careers by taking a supplement. If you choose to use a supplement, lower your risk and find a batch-tested supplement in the Sport Integrity app. No supplement is 100% safe to use. Rowing Australia is broadcasting live via its Facebook page and also linked via the website all week until the final race on Sunday. And a big hello to our interstate viewers. We also want to say a big thank you to Perfect Balance Rowing, who have donated a Swift Singles Club B scull for the club that provides the most volunteers, based on percentage of club members, to the Australian Rowing Championships. It is not too late to volunteer. We still have opportunities available, so you can help try to win that Swift scull from Perfect Balance for your club.
So, Lizzie, we're about to get underway. In fact, the first one's underway. Tell us who's in this quarterfinal one of the under-17 women's singles scull.
In lane 2, we have Gippsland Grammar, Ella Gerrand. In lane 3, from Centenary, Greta Knott. In lane 4, from Buckingham, Hannah Wigston. In lane 5, from Ballarat Grammar, Alicia Walker. In lane 6, from Commercial, Bethany Harvest. In lane 7, from Sydney Rowing Club, Neve Tierney. And in lane 8, from Norwood Morialta High, Angelica Chia.
And at length yesterday we spoke about the Arrowhead, but of course there's 7 in it. So the highest ranked would be in lanes 4, 5 and 6, I would imagine. Hannah Wigston, Alicia Walker and Bethany Harvest, based on their performances in the first 2 rounds.
That's right, and all 3 of these did impress, but Hannah Wigston had an amazing race yesterday. Hope it didn't take too much out of her, and it'll be really interesting to see how she goes today against Alicia Walker, who from memory went through to this quarter-final straight from the first heat.
Yep. So we've moved the lanes across a little, so the first lane being used is lane 2. There was a prediction for 40 to 50 kilometre an hour winds. So at the moment we're probably about half that at the most, and the scullers are out there and enjoying those conditions. And I would suggest that it's lanes 4 and 5, Hannah Wigston and Alicia Walker, that would be our 2 leading boats. And they're through the 500 metre mark already. And I'm thinking it's Alicia Walker of Ballarat Grammar, who may well be our leader as they went through 500 metres. Spread over a little bit of territory. Lanes 6 and 7 just off the pace a bit there. Neve Tierney of Sydney and Angelica Chia of Norwood Morialta High. But certainly the leaders are Wigston and Alicia Walker. First 3 will go through to the semi-finals. The remaining scullers will be eliminated, and I would say even this far out that Wigston and Walker are looking pretty comfortable. The interest is certainly in 3rd position across with Ella Gerrand and Greta Knott. Then across this side, Neve Tierney, Bethany Harvest of Commercial and Angelica Chia. I think we may have had someone tip in. So I can only see 6 on the screen, and that would account for the missing sculler. We're just yet to identify it because that sun is very bright this morning. People in southeast Queensland and Sydney would love to see that thing. It's a while since they've seen it. So it's a Norwood Morialta High sculler who has unfortunately ended up in the water, but the rescue team has rescued her quick smart, and I'm sure she'll be fine. So Bethany Harvest of Commercial is actually up there in contention, if that's the point. It's just a little difficult to work them out at the moment, but I'm thinking it's Hannah Wixton and Alicia Walker. With Wixton, as Lizzie said earlier, she was very impressive yesterday, and I believe she will lead through the 1,000 metre mark. It is Hannah Wixton, 4:29.29, just 0.34 clear of Alicia Walker. Then a good length and a half back to Gippsland Grammar's Ella Durand, Greta Knott of Centenary Rowing Club, and then follows Bethany Harvest of Commercial. So it's 0.34, 4.64 back to Durand, 4.16 back to Greta Knott, and Bethany Harvest 9.44 further back.
It looks like Angelica Chia has got back in her boat and continued.
Yes, well, there were 7, so we seem to have missed one. Neve Tierney, it may be, who's missing, or our timing operator may have got the 6 and 7 mixed up a bit there. But certainly Hannah Wixton, as I repeat, Lizzie said how impressive she was yesterday. And she was behind in the first 500 metres, but she and Alicia Walker of Ballarat Grammar are going actually hammer and tong here as they head toward the 1,500 metre mark. They're clear of Ella Durand of Gippsland Grammar, and first 3 will get you into the semi-final at least. So Greta Knott of Centenary Rowing Club's got some work to do if she wants to race in one of the last 2 races of the day on day 3 of the Australian Rowing Championships here at Lake Ngambie. So there will be these 3 semi-finals this morning. Races 2:14, 2:15, 2:16 and 2:17. 4 semi-finals of this, 4 quarter-finals of this, and then 2 semi-finals, the last 2 races of the day. There are also semi-finals this morning of the under-17 men's single scull. So a great entry in the under-17s, and as we've laboured the point, the future of the sport begins here in these single sculls with the under-17s and the school and under-19 races that we have later on in the program. But it's still Hannah Wixton of Buckingham Rowing Club in a very red boat, but she and Alicia Walker are determined to get one of those centre lanes in the semi-final later today. Probably a half a length lead now for Wixton over Walker. Ella Durand still holding down 3rd place, and they're starting to look comfortable now for their places in the semi-final. Centenary's Greta Knott has dropped off further. She's 7.8 seconds behind the Centenary sculler. So the first 4, pretty cut and dried. The first 3 look as though they're through to the semi-finals. It'll be Wixton of Bucks, Alicia Walker of Ballarat Grammar, Ella Durand of Gippsland Grammar, and the remainder will be eliminated, barring mishap, because Greta Knott has got the best part of 2.5 lengths to make up in the last 400 metres. So yeah, we're not quite sure who it was who fell in. We think it was the Sydney sculler, but we'll bring you that as they come closer to the line, because at the moment it's very, very difficult to look out the window. Well, it's easy to look out the window, you just can't see anything.
Just can't see anything, yeah.
With that bright light that's shining above the town of Ngambie. And absolutely stunning pictures coming down with the sun in the background, actually just affecting the quality of that pictures just a little bit. No doubt Hannah Wixton is our leader over Alicia Walker. And clearly Ella Durand of Gippsland Grammar is in 3rd place.
Yeah, she's done really well in this final part of the race, hasn't she? She's really pressed up a lot closer than she was in the middle of the race. So it's a really, really good race in this last 100 metres.
Challenging for second, I would suggest.
Yeah.
Maybe even challenging for first. She's really coming home nicely there, Ella Durand on the far side of the course. May have her bow in front, Lizzie. I think Wixton spent. Ella Durand of Gippsland Grammar on the far side of the course has made a wonderful move in the last 500 metres. Will get across in 1st place. Bucks will be 2nd. Ballarat Grammar will be 3rd. What a wonderful second half of the race from Durand of Gippsland Grammar. 4th then will be Greta Knott of Centenary Rowing Club.
5 looks like being Bethany Harvest of Commercial. And it does look as though it's the Norwood Morialta High and sculler Angelica Cheer, who's still in the race.
Yep. So it means that it was
so
the
we've got
Sydney sculler Neve Tierney
who did not finish.
Even a very familiar singlet like the Commercial singlet was difficult to see there with the sun shining so brightly. As a South East Queenslander, I'm very happy to see it as well.
I think we all are, just that it's going to bring a bit of wind with it later, not to worry. Confirming the results of the first quarter-final of the Under-17 Women's Single Scull. It was a win for Ella Durand of Gippsland Grammar. Second, Hannah Wigston of Buckingham Rowing Club. Third, Alicia Walker of Ballarat Grammar. Those 3 scullers will progress through to the semi-final. Fourth, Greta Knott Centenary. Fifth, Bethany Harvest Commercial. Sixth, Angelica Cheer from Norwood Morialta High. The winning time, provisionally, 9 minutes, 2.66 seconds. The margins quite evenly spaced, 1.45 to Alicia Walker and another 1.72 back to Greta Knott. The second quarter-final of the Under-17 Women's Single Scull is now in progress, with Lila Fieve from Fremantle in lane 2, Victoria Binns from Loretto Marriotteville in lane 3, Sarah Burke from St Patrick's in Townsville in lane 4, Greta Spencer from Swan River Rowing Club in 5. In the lane 6 is Isabel Ritter from Kentish, in lane 7 Milena Wilcox from Commercial, and in lane 8 Charlie Gartland from Wendouree Ballarat.
And the leader is on the far side of the course there. It may well be Lila Fieve, but I think more likely it's Victoria Binns of Loretto Marriotteville. But certainly the pace being set on the southern bank. Sarah Burke of St Pat's Townsville was impressive yesterday, but it is Victoria Binns who raced in this event last year.
She did, yes, and I think went straight through from the heat.
Yeah, Sarah Burke of St Pat's in Townsville is currently in second place. Lila Fieve from Fremantle Rowing Club is in third place. Then follows Greta Spencer of Swan River. Isabel Ritter of Kentish is next. Then follows Milena Wilcox of Commercial and Charlie Gartland of Wendouree Ballarat.
Now, I just want to point out that good old Neve Tierney, that shows some pluck and courage. She
Well
got
done.
back in her boat and she's finishing the race, so she's not a did not finish at all.
Well done,
good for
Neve
her.
Tierney.
Yeah, congratulations. Good for you.
Yep. Very brave to get back in. It's probably a bit chilly in the water there this morning.
It probably is, but I'll tell
And
you
well
what,
done
she's
to
going to
the-
enjoy her hot chocolate and the credit she's now got.
Well done to the rescue people as well for helping her
That's true. Yeah.
get back in the boat and finish the race.
Wonderful.
Remember that it was an exercise once upon a time.
It
you know,
was, yes.
To make them fall in and make them get back in the boat. And now it's just a matter of course, isn't it?
Well, she's from Sydney Rowing Club, so they probably go, shark! And she jumps back in again straight away.
Yes, sad but true. Yes. But yes, the pace being set on the southern bank currently. Victoria Binns of Loretto Marriotteville from South Australia out leading this quarter-final number 2 of the women's under-17 single scull. Right there with her is Sarah Burke of St Pat's of Townsville, and there's a good roll-up from Townsville here at the regatta.
It's excellent,
Yeah,
isn't it?
different
Yeah.
schools and clubs, and Harrison Parks is doing a terrific job up there at the moment. He covers a few of the different schools and rowing out of the different clubs up there. And I think there's 3 people from Townsville here, either on the jury or state technical officers.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, so,
Good volunteer levels as well.
It's all. I know the capital cities in state rowing organisations get labelled Rowing Sydney and Rowing Melbourne and Rowing Brisbane, but it's proof that the support that goes to the country clubs is doing a terrific job. To me, Fremantle's almost a country club. You know,
Yeah.
I know it's only just down the road, but clubs like Bunbury and down there, they're at last year's national championships, I'm sure, and. In Sydney, I always love to see the crews from Grafton
Yes.
going to Sydney or coming to Queensland.
I was going to say we have a very, very active rowing community, certainly up Central Coast, North Coast, but now increasingly down in the south of the state. So I don't know if you remember Kevin Wall, the para rower. He has moved down to Shoalhaven and he's the captain of the club there. And because he knows the Sydney scene so well, it's really lovely to see that there are more people coming to compete from that club and people going down there too for their events.
Shoalhaven coming through very well. Actually, speaking of which, it's very sad to announce that the Lismore Rowing Club has been seriously impacted by the flooding the last time, and now it's all on again. I understand they've lost a number of boats. An old commercial member and good friend of mine, Bruce Greenland, lives down that area now and reported to me yesterday that the club has been seriously affected by the last lot of flooding, and again being seriously affected now in this lot of flooding. But back to the event on the course, and it's Victoria Binns of Loretto Marriotteville who leads over Lila Fieve of Fremantle in second place, then St Pat's Townsville Sarah Burke in third place. Fourth is Greta Spencer of Swan River. But Binns, as Lizzie said, she was impressive in this event last year. She's a year older, still eligible for the same age category, and she's making every post a winner here. She led virtually from the outset of this quarter-final number 2. And representing her school, Loretto Marriotteville in Adelaide, coached by Tom Dornbos. Across the line first, Lila Fieve of Fremantle will be second. Sarah Burke of St Pat's Townsville will be third. Fourth will be Swan River. Fifth then will be, I believe, will be
Kentish.
Isabel Ritter.
Yep. Then Milena Wilcox of Commercial, and completing the field, Charlie Gartland of Wendouree Ballarat.
8:56.57 unofficially, Lizzie.
Yeah, that's a pretty good time compared with 9:02 for Ella Durand from Gippsland Grammar in the previous race. The margins, so just confirming then the results as our final scullers come towards the line. The result of the second quarter-final of the under-17 women's single scull was a win for Victoria Binns of Loretto Marriotteville. Second, Lila Fieve of Fremantle, and third, Sarah Burke of St Patrick's Townsville. Those three scullers progressed through to the semi-final. Fourth, Greta Spencer from Swan River. Fifth, Isabel Ritter from Kentish. Sixth, Milena Wilcox from Commercial. And seventh, Charlie Gartland from Wendouree Ballarat. They are now eliminated from the event. The provisional winning time, 8 minutes 56.57 seconds. The margin, 4.75 back to Lila Fieves and a further 4.83 back to Sarah Burke. The third quarter-final is on the course. In lane 2, representing Queenwood School for Girls, Imogen Gray. In lane 3, Lily Bragg from St Patrick's Townsville. In lane 4, Ruby Hodges from Trinity Lutheran. In lane 5, Sophia Miller from Glebe Rowing Club. In lane 6, Anastasia McFarlane from Corowa. In lane 7, Lucy McFarlane from Centenary. And in lane 8, Isabel Clifford from Trinity Lutheran. And we're assuming the McFarlanes are not related.
No,
never
one
know.
rowing for Corowa and one rowing for Centenary, one from Victoria, one from Brisbane. And Lily Bragg from St Pat's of Townsville, so another St Pat's sculler. And what did we count? 3 or 4 from Corowa. I think yesterday at the end of the day, when Chris McCarthy asked Richard Dorstein what his highlight of the day was the representation of the Corowa scullers in the under-17s, and he said it was great to see a country club being so prominent in that category. And the thing I've noticed, Lizzie, is that all of these under-17 youngsters are rowing very well.
Aren't they just? Yes. I was just thinking that, especially watching Victoria Binns, just so lovely and long and really good feel for the boat. So exciting.
It is exciting
to see this standard, which, you know, all credit to our coaches. The network of coaches, we're looking forward to seeing all of them at the end of the month, hopefully, at the Coaching and Officials Conference.
On the Gold Coast.
On the Gold Coast.
Well, I have the pleasure of
underwater.
emceeing Saturday and Sunday. I believe I'm interviewing women's head coach John Keogh.
Excellent.
And performance director Paul Thompson at some stage.
Excellent.
Yes,
We're very good.
I've got questions ready for Paul already.
Yes, well, both of them have been involved in British rowing and other overseas rowing associations, rowing federations, so they're very experienced, and it'll be really interesting to hear their perspective, won't it?
Paul and I used to run into each other a lot when I was managing the national team and he was on the British team. And invariably, State of Origin time, I would say things like, "Did you see the State of Origin last night, Tomo?" And he would say, "No, but you wouldn't be asking me if Queensland hadn't won."
Yeah, he knows you too well.
Obviously. So Imogen Gray from Queenwood is clearly our leader here, doing a terrific job over on the far side of the course. And
This is her first season of rowing. She's 15 years old.
really, she's got 2 more years in this category?
She has.
Wow.
Yeah.
Who's coaching at Queenwood, Nick? Because Alfie does not, does he?
Alfie's the director, so I'm sure he oversees the coaching very closely, but wonderful stable. So Kieran Glynn, Ray
Okay.
and Ray Boyle, the Irish contingent.
I was going to say Kieran Glynn is a C-I-A-R-A-N, Kieran, isn't he?
R-A-N, yes,
Yeah.
but pronounced Kieran.
Yeah.
Yep. Now, this is absolutely terrible, but I can't remember his surname. Alex, who was in South Australia last year, is now... Alex, I do apologise.
It'll come to you.
Yes.
St
having a
Pat's Townsville
brain
in second
fart.
place, but the Queenwood sculler comfortably clear there. She's gone right on with the job and will win handsomely.
And her coach listed here is Katie Healy, who's her coach at Mossman Rowing Club. So she's at the school and also at the club. Second across the line,
St Pat's of Townsville, is
St
it
Pat's
not?
of Townsville again. So 2 girls through to the to the semi-final, which is wonderful.
And is that a
Very leisurely scull there coming from. Is that
is that
Ruby
a Glebe
Hodges?
similar? It does.
Oh, it
I
might
don't
be Sophia.
recognise.
Yes, it is. It's Sophia Miller from Glebe. That's
Glebe,
fantastic.
yeah.
Our lane 7 sculler Lucy McFarlane from Centenary.
And then follows Anastasia McFarlane, Trinity Lutheran Ruby Hodges, and at the rear is Trinity Lutheran Isabel Clifford. So Queenwood Gray first, Bragg of St Pat's Townsville second, the way I saw it, Miller of Glebe third, then McFarlane of Centenary, McFarlane of Corowa, Hodges of Trinity Lutheran, and Isabel Clifford of Trinity Lutheran. 9.01.66, Lizzie.
Yes, and big margins between the other scullers. Almost 9 seconds back to Lily Bragg, and then a further 9 seconds back to Sophia Miller. So quite a different race there.
And quarterfinal number 4 is underway.
It certainly is. Lily Barker from Kentish is in lane 2. Adelaide Robb from Corowa in lane 3. Madison Duncan from Canberra Grammar School in lane 4. Philippa Young from Mossman Rowing Club, also coached by Katie Healy, in lane 5. Olivia Harris from Nepean Rowing Club in 6. Jovi Skews Clinton from Wendouree Ballarat in lane 7. And Scarlett Wood from Trinity Lutheran is in lane 8.
And through the 1,000 metre mark, it was Adelaide Robb who led in 4 minutes 40.46. Then followed Canberra Grammar's Madison Duncan, some 3.03, or in this class of boat, a neat length, I would suggest, in lead for Robb over Duncan. Then back to another Corowa sculler, Philippa Young, Jovi Skews Clinton, and Scarlett Wood.
So Scarlett Wood yesterday came third to Sarah Burke and Bethany Harvest, who we've seen race already. So that's given her an outside lane across here on the side closest to the grandstand. So Lily Barker on one far side, Scarlett Wood on the other far side. Both of them right up there with the rest of the field as they come through towards the 1,500 metre mark.
1,500 metre mark left behind there. Spread out over a little bit of territory for a quarterfinal, but it is Lily Barker who leads from Kentish. I'm not sure that that's right. I think we might have had the wrong button pressed there. I would suggest it is Adelaide Robb of Corowa. Oh no, there's Lily Barker. My apologies. It is
It's
Lily
the angle
Barker.
of the camera, isn't it? Yeah,
Yeah.
she's doing well.
Yep, right over there amongst the trees. So the Kentish Sculler, as we've said for the last 2 days, a newish club in northern Tasmania, and I imagine they train on Lake Barrington, just down the road from Barrington.
That would be fantastic, wouldn't it? What a venue to train on.
Yeah, it would be. There's no doubt about that. But yeah, Lily Barker of Kentish is our leader. Unfortunately, we didn't have a coach listed for her yesterday, I believe.
but Graham Scattergood is listed as her coach today.
Oh, okay. Great. Oh, you've got the updated version.
I have. I
okay.
seem to have scored. Yeah.
Well done.
So you should have that. You're doing the commentary.
So yes, Lily Barker of Kentish, Adelaide Robb of Corowa, Madison Duncan of Canberra Grammar, Philippa Young of Mossman, Olivia Harris of Nepean, Jovi Skews Clinton of Wendouree Ballarat, and Scarlett Wood of Trinity Lutheran. But no doubt that the Kentish sculler is making every post a winner here. That's right, that very distinctive.
That's right, the distinctive coloured boat. Yeah.
And across, I reckon, is that Canberra Grammar colours there? In second place, Madison Duncan.
Yep, looks like it could be. She certainly was well up there at the 1,000-metre mark, and Adelaide Robb, she was just in front of Adelaide Robb at that point.
And Olivia Harris of Nepean's coming home strongly over on this side of the course. She's clearly moved into third place and looking to get into the semi-final later this afternoon.
Yeah, doing well.
Over the fast-finishing Mossman sculler. We'll get up and finish fourth. That'll be Philippa Young. Then Corowa's Adelaide Robb will be in fifth place. Sixth will be Wendouree Ballarat, and seventh will be Trinity Lutheran. Unofficial winning time 9.08.48. The margin's 14.22 by 4.66 by 6.56. You want to read the unofficial result there, Lizzie?
Yeah, which would be a win, of course, for Lily Barker of Kentish in the fourth quarter-final of the Under-17 Women's Single Scull. Second, Madison Duncan from Canberra Grammar. And third, Olivia Harris from Nepean Rowing Club. Those three scullers progress through to the semi-final, and the remainder are eliminated. Fourth, Philippa Young from Mossman. Fifth, Adelaide Robb from Corowa. Sixth, Jovi Skews Clinton from Wendouree Ballarat. And seventh, Scarlett Wood from Trinity Lutheran. Provisional winning time, 9 minutes, 8 seconds, with quite a big margin, 14 seconds between first and second.
And the first semi-final of the Under-17 men's single scull is underway. There are three semi-finals of this event, with the first two only to go through to the A final.
Right, so we're starting to hit the finals. Woohoo! In lane 2, Max Strickland from Nudgee College. In lane 3, Cooper Hoskin from Christian Brothers, coached by Daniel Ralph. In lane 4, Lewin Harridge from Albert Park College in Victoria. In lane 5, Albert Howard from St Peter's College, South Australia. In lane 6, Morgan Jones from Newington College in Sydney, coached by Chris Holliday and Ralph Hobbs. And in lane 7, Harrison Nichols from Hunter Valley Grammar School, coached by Austin Bond, Mark Partridge and Rowan Hislop.
And it's Morgan Jones, a Newington sculler, who led through the 1500. He led at the 1,000. He's led through the 1,500 metre mark. In second place is Cooper Hoskin of Christian Brothers from South Australia. He was fourth through the 1,000 and has made a great charge in the championship quarter, from fourth up into second place. Then follows Albert Howard of St Peter's College from South Australia, Max Strickland of Nudgee College, Albert Park College, Lewin Harridge, and Harrison Nichols of Hunter Valley Grammar.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because Max Strickland, I seem to remember, was very impressive in the first round. But he looks as though he's struggling a bit today.
Yeah. He's back in fourth place. He had a very distinctive single sculling action, I did notice. He was sort of waved the blades around a bit and was sort of a bit loopy, I suppose, rather than nice and flat and long.
Yeah, which he's got some nice water over there, but not to worry. It is Morgan Jones who's really taking it to the rest of the field.
Yeah, great win for coming up for Morgan Jones from Newington over on this side in Station 6.
Coached by Chris Holliday, so I'm sure Chris would have given him a really straight and frank chat before he went on the water. Chris, who also coaches at the Sydney University Boat Club, the leader of the under-21 men's squad over there.
But Chris Hoskin is the sculler to beat now. He's moved right through the Christian Brothers sculler from South Australia, and has come home with a very wet sail in the second half of the race, and will get up and win it over the Newington sculler in second place. Third will be the St Peter's College sculler Albert Howard. Fourth then will be Nudgee College Max Strickland. Fifth then will be Albert Park College Lewin Harridge, and at the rear of the field will be the Hunter Valley Grammar sculler Harrison Nichols.
That's a tremendous finish there, isn't it, from Cooper Hoskin of Christian Brothers. So just confirming the results of the first semi-final of the under-17 men's single scull. A win for Cooper Hoskin of Christian Brothers. Second, Morgan Jones of Newington College. Third, Albert Howard of St Peter's College, South Australia. Those three scullers will progress through to the A final, and the remainder will progress to a B final. That will be fourth placed Max Strickland from Nudgee, fifth placed Lewin Harridge from Albert Park College, sixth placed Harrison Nichols from Hunter Valley Grammar School. Winning time provisionally 8 minutes 20.51 seconds, the margins 3.37 and 3.26. The second semi-final of the under-17 men's single scull is on the course, with Caelan Routley of Newcastle Grammar in lane 2, coached by Amos Noon. Jack Mitchell of Nudgee College in lane 3. Lachlan Fraser of Mossman Rowing Club in Sydney in lane 4, coached by Judith Ungemach. Alexander Williams of Geelong College in lane 5. Callum Dunn of Cranbrook School, Sydney in lane 6. And George Curry of Nudgee College in lane 7.
And these under-17 scullers from Nudgee are coached by Lockie Wills, a Nudgee old boy. These under-17 scullers from Nudgee are coached by Lockie Wills, who's the boatman at Nudgee College and a Nudgee College old boy. So thank you to James Burton for sending through that information, and well done to Lockie. He's got two scullers here in this semi-final of the under-17 men's single scull. Max Strickland was in the previous one, so 3 in all in these semi-finals. So well done, former Nudgee scholar.
Case of beer for that boatman.
Yeah, Lockie Wills. I ran into Lockie down at their training base post flood at Nudgee at Dolly's Rocks recently, and he was there repairing a boat in the afternoon, and told me he was coaching these youngsters.
Ah, good for him. That's a useful piece of information, isn't it? Caelan Routley from Newcastle Grammar in lane 1 continues to lead.
And handsomely a length, I would suggest, over
Lachlan Fraser of
Mossman, and then Geelong College's Alexander Williams, then follows Nudgee, and Cranbrook. Just someone trying to ring me from a national team physiologist, Lachlan Johnson, trying to ring me. He's just arrived at the regatta, I imagine. So I'm on the air, Lockie.
So he's coaching rowing?
He is coaching the first aid at Nudgee College.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Because he's not from a rowing background, I don't think, is he? He
He's
learnt about rowing
high performance director for squash.
Yes, I thought so. Yep,
Yeah.
went from Rowing Australia to squash, yeah.
Yeah, so he and Sean Carolyn coach the first 8 at Nudgee College.
Caelan Routley looking very relaxed over there, isn't
And
he?
the Newcastle
Very
Grammar,
good
as
indeed.
I said yesterday or the day before,
Yeah.
very much a retro USA Olympic
Yes.
team rowing Zudi at Newcastle Grammar. The first time I saw them was the first thing I thought of, and they've maintained that uniform, and it's got some history to it, that's for sure, the look of it, but it's still very current today. And Newcastle Grammar's Caelan Routley will lead all the way. Lachlan Fraser of Mossman, coached by Judith
finish.
Ungemach, will finish in second place. Is that Geelong College that's going to finish in third place, I would suggest. And then back to Nudgee's Jack Mitchell will be fourth. Fifth then will be Nudgee's George Curry, and sixth will be Cranbrook's Callum Dunn. Winning time 8 minutes 15.10. The margin 3.47 by 8.39 by 7.41. So the first two only to go through to the final. So it's Newcastle's Grammar's Caelan Routley and Mossman's Lachlan Fraser, who will advance to the A final of the under-17 men's single scull. That would mean we'd have an A, B and C final, I would imagine, later on in the week.
Oh. Good question. Don't know. I do have the...
Well, I know
progressions here, but I haven't looked at
Sunday
that.
we've got sort of D, E and F finals of school singles. So,
Lordy.
yeah.
What a big regatta.
Yeah.
So we have a third semi-final then. As Richard and I were saying yesterday, can you have a third semi-final? But anyway, we do.
Well, in rowing we do, don't we? Yes.
So the third semi-final of the under-17 men's single scull is now in progress with Dylan Outram from Canberra Grammar School in lane 2, Thomas Stevens from Brisbane Boys in lane 3, Noah Haas from St Virgil's in lane 4, Thomas Gillam from Gippsland Grammar in 5, Evan Lewis from Gippsland Grammar in 6, and Tom McMahon from Oxenford in lane 7.
And great to see Dafford Gwyn Jones still coaching
Isn't
at
it?
Canberra
It
Grammar.
is.
Was
Wonderful.
he running the program there at once?
He was for a long time, I thought. I think it must be Kaz Piper's doing it now.
Yeah. So,
Canberra Grammar School is Tobias, isn't it?
Oh,
Where
yeah,
Candler
Chandler,
and
that's right, yeah. So, but Dafford was there for a long time and certainly very influential at Canberra Grammar in years gone by. And our leader is Noah Haas of St Virgil's from Tasmania, coached by Jared Connolly and Oliver Wilson Haffenden. Brisbane Boys College, Thomas Stevens, coached by John Pettigrew, is in second place. Then follows in third place the Canberra Grammar Sculler Dylan Outram. He's come up from fourth into third place, and Gippsland Grammar's Thomas Gillam has come from sixth into fourth place. Tom McMahon of Oxenford has maintained fifth place, and Gippsland Grammar Evan Lewis was third through the first 500 metres, but he's dropped back into sixth place. So maybe spent a few too many petrol tickets getting into the hunt there in the first 500 metres and has paid for the price of it in the second 500. It's an old saying used in Australia about using too many petrol tickets. Well, if the price of petrol at the moment...
It's the main topic of conversation, isn't it? How many cents above $2 a litre you can
I saw
keep
a thing the other day where a person filled up and put $10 worth of petrol at their car in pump 3, and the bloke beside said, "What do you just want to go to pump 2?"
So now we're at the 1,500 metre mark, and Noah Haas has really been rowed through now by both Tom Stevens from Brisbane Boys and Dylan Outram from Canberra Grammar.
Yep, he too has gone a little hard, I would suggest. But Stevens of Brisbane Boys College, coached by John Pettigrew. John was a member of the Australian Junior 4 in 1991 with
That was only yesterday.
Yes, it was
How
only
could he be
31
coaching?
years ago. He rowed in the Junior 4 with Randall Martin, who coaches the first 8 at Brisbane Boys College.
Yep.
Andrew Moore was in the crew, and it was stroked by Bo Hansen.
Was it really?
Yeah. And
Bo.
coached by Alan Bromley, if my memory serves me well. So that's a while ago. And 4 members, the following year, the two, Randall Martin and John Pettigrew, were in the Queensland Youth 8 together. So half of that Youth 8 are here coaching.
That is fantastic.
30 years later, here coaching half of that Queensland Youth 8 from 1992. Duncan Free, James Burton, Randall Martin and John Pettigrew.
How fantastic.
Still involved in the sport all those years later. I did happen to ring John Rinn and tell him they were all here. They got beaten. They finished second, so Rinny said they don't talk to him anymore. But the BBC sculler, Thomas Stevens, wearing the traditional BBC zooty here. The boys in the 4s yesterday wore their newer version, which is predominantly white. But it was always the call, come on college, green, white, black. And then throw the straw boater in the air when I was a younger man.
All right.
And it is the BBC sculler. Brisbane Boys College, Thomas Stevens first, Canberra Grammar's Dylan Outram will be second. Third then across to the Gippsland Grammar sculler, Thomas Gillam. Fourth will be St Virgil's, Noah Haas. Fifth then will be Oxenford, Tom McMahon. And sixth will be Gippsland Grammar, Evan Lewis. 8 minutes 16.59, and the margin's 5.82 by 6.35 by 5.39.
Confirming the results of that third and final semi-final of the under-17 men's single scull, a win for Thomas Stevens of Brisbane Boys College, second Dylan Outram of Canberra Grammar School, and third Thomas Gillam of Gippsland Grammar. Those 3 scullers will progress to the A final. The remainder through to the B final are Noah Hass from St Virgil's, who was 4th, 5th Tom McMahon from Oxenford, and 6th Evan Lewis from Gippsland Grammar.
And
We're
when
now
you-
moving. Sorry.
Yeah, when you read the next starters in the
Yep.
next race, great to see Lindsay Callaghan's name.
Oh,
in the-
he's
in
still
the
going strong.
program.
Yep,
Yeah.
absolutely he is. So, yep, race 221 is the under 19 women's single scull. So we're going up an age group. Still in the single sculls. We have a semi-final here, and again it must be 3 semi-finals because the first 2 will progress through to the A final. In lane 2, representing Penrith Rowing Club, Madison Joins, who is coached by Lindsay Callahan and Charlotte Toos-Cutler. In lane 3, Talisa Noak Driver from Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Brendan Longman and Donovan Seck. In lane 4, Alexandra O'Brien from Sydney University Boat Club, coached by Jack Hanley. In lane 5, Lillian Hyde from Mossman Rowing Club, coached by Katie Healy. In lane 6, Emily Hepburn from North Esk, coached by Trevor Barrett. And in lane 7, Meg Castles from Mersey Rowing Club, coached by David Tippett. What a who's who of coaching.
Absolutely, there's some great history in that coaching group, and I understand Lindsay's here at the regatta.
Oh, is he really? I
Yeah,
did not know
I was told
that.
that yesterday downstairs, and I said, "What? Really?"
He's
Because
probably
we
bought
were
his...
debating, you may have heard, I called him Lindsay Callaghan, and you called him Lindsay Callahan.
That's true, I do.
Yeah,
Yes.
so we need to get
Okay,
Lindsay up
Lindsay.
here and discuss that with him. But,
He's probably brought his mega RV with him and dragged the wife.
he's been coaching for as long as I've been in rowing, I reckon. He's a plumber, of course, by trade, but it is the Sydney sculler Talisa Noak Driver. Did she win the New South Wales Championship? She certainly won the double and the quad, the under-19 double and quad.
We think she did too. Certainly very, very strong and part of a stable of great junior athletes there, coached by Brendan Longman.
She
at
rode
Sydney Rowing
last
Club.
year at the Nationals
She
in
did.
Tasmania in the same category, so she was obviously a youngster and has
Yes.
continued on. And I was watching the live streaming of the New South Wales Championship. She and her double scull partner from the ACT, they won by the best part of 6 seconds, and I think they won the quad by 24 seconds.
Goodness me.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
it's
some very fast
impressive.
crews here, aren't there?
Yeah.
This week as well. There were some very impressive youngsters racing yesterday.
So through the 1,500 metre mark, it
Ooh,
is
look-
Talisa Noak Driver who leads by 16.33 seconds over Madison Joins of Penrith. And then in third place is Sydney University's Alexandra O'Brien. Then follows North Esk Emily Hepburn. But they have absolutely, she has spread eagle the field here, Talisa Noak Driver.
And our co-commentator Stuart John has just confirmed that yes, indeed, she did win at the New South Wales State
yeah.
Championships.
I was only sort of halfway through the day when I realised it was on, and I got off whatever I was watching, probably the preview of the horse racing for the day, and started watching it.
What an admission. Mind you, that's fine over here, isn't it?
It is.
Especially sitting here, so close
The
to the
horse
statue
capital
of
of
Black
Australia,
Caviar.
according to the local marketing. Madison Joins is in second place, clearly. Alexandra O'Brien of Sydney University is holding down third place, but she's 9.13 seconds behind Joins. So first and second to go through to the A final of this event, and that looks to be cut and dried even this far out. It's a very impressive sculling performance by Talisa Noak Driver.
I'm really fascinated because we're seeing some big spreads between scullers. I just wonder if, day after day of racing, somewhere where you're not familiar, and possibly if you've only really done one, because certainly in New South Wales you just do one race.
Yeah.
You don't do rounds, do you?
Yeah.
So if you haven't got the fitness to actually cope with round after round after round, it would really take its toll by day 3.
Well, it's a bit like selection trials, In
Yep.
years gone by, it was whoever survived,
Yes.
really.
Yes.
2 races a day for 4 days or 5 days or whatever. Sometimes you may have not got the best crews, just the most resilient athletes. Talisa Noak Driver.
I'd say
coached by-
she's both, the
Yeah.
best and resilient, yes.
Coached by Brendan Longman and Donovan Seck. Across she goes clearly in first place. Penrith Madison Joins will be in second place. Then back to the Sydney University sculler Alexandra O'Brien, coached by Jack Hanley. Then North Esk's Emily Hepburn on the Esk River there in Launceston will be in fourth place. Fifth will be the Mossman sculler Lillian Hyde, coached by Katie Healy. And the Mersey sculler, Meg Castles, coached by David Tippett, will finish in 6th place. The winning time there, 8:37.93, 8:37.93. And the margin, 23.58. I would suggest that is a massive margin in a semi-final. 5.64 between second and third, and a further 6.56 between third and fourth.
Confirming the results of that first semi-final of the under-19 women's single scull, it was a win for Talisa Noak Driver from Sydney Rowing Club, second Madison Joins from Penrith Rowing Club, and third Alexandra O'Brien from Sydney University Boat Club. Those 3 scullers progressed through to the A final. Fourth, Emily Hepburn from North Esk, 5th Lillian Hyde from Mossman, and 6th Meg Castles from Mersey. Those 3 scullers progressed through to the B final. On the course now is the second semi-final of the under-19 women's single scull. In lane 2, Elena Moran, representing the Australian National University and part of the ACT High Performance Programme, coached by David Fermano. In lane 3, her colleague Imogen Lang. She's a member of Canberra Rowing Club, but also part of the ACT High Performance Programme and coached by Dave Fermano. In lane 4, Ellie Clifford, from Trinity Lutheran, coached by Eric Rowan. In lane 5, from the Australian National University, Philippa Gray, coached by Edwin Bean. In lane 6, Olivia Yates from Mersey Rowing Club, coached by David Tippett. And in lane 7, fellow Tasmanian Leela Hucker from North Esk, coached by Trevor Barrett.
And he has a big stable as well, Trevor Barrett.
He does.
I know he has some very physically imposing offspring as well. Jack Barrett's a big lad, that's for sure. But got Dave Fermano's got a couple of scullers here. ANU ACT Academy of Sport and Canberra ACT Academy of Sport.
Yeah.
And Eric Rowan of Trinity Lutheran has a sculler in Station 4.
So, and he's doing a good job there too, isn't he? And of course the Tippetts.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, Rowan's a
Big
former
Rowan
Tasmanian.
family. Yes.
Eric Rowan's a former
Yeah.
Tasmanian. He's up in the Sunshine on the Gold Coast with Trinity Lutheran. But I would suggest the ANU sculler on the far side of the course there is leading through that point, clear of the Canberra sculler in second place. Then some margin back to the remainder of the field. So 6.38 for Moran over Lang, Alina Moran over Imogen Lang, and then quite a margin back to the remainder of the field. So Olivia Yates was in third place there, some 16 seconds behind our 2 leaders, Moran and Lang. Ellie Clifford was next, then follows Philippa Gray and Layla Hucker. Layla Hucker, of course, Billy Tate and his sadly departed wife, Sarah. Their daughter, Layla, I believe, is coming up later on in the week.
Oh, how fantastic.
Yeah.
Is she in a rowing boat yet? She
I
will
think
be one
she's
day.
a netballer at the moment.
Oh,
yeah.
she's, great long legs, such an athletic kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, amazing.
So it's very big margins on the far side of the course for Alina Moran and Imogen Lang. So Dave Fermano, well, it looks like he's destined to get the Quinella here. ANU ACT Academy of Sport, Canberra ACT Academy of Sport, first and second through the 1,500 metre mark, as I said. Now they come clearly into view in front of us.
And it really is sort of 2 parts, this race, isn't it? Because as you say, then a big gap back to the Tasmanian sculler in lane 6, but she in turn has a couple of lengths lead over Ellie Clifford from Queensland.
Doing a great job, the sculler in lane 6, Olivia Yates, coached by David Tippett, the evergreen David Tippett.
Yeah, because she's certainly sort of out on her own, isn't she, with the leaders being on the other side of the course. But
Yeah.
yep, doing a good job.
And I also still get confused when I see that Canberra singlet. To me, it's still a new Canberra singlet as opposed to the old yellow with
yes.
the blue stripe. But Alina Moran of ANU clearly winning from Imogen Lang of Canberra. I don't want to raise any issues there, Stu. Of course, you know. And then quite some margin back here to the Mersey sculler, Olivia Yates. Will be in third place. Fourth will be the Trinity Lutheran sculler, Ellie Clifford. Fifth then will be another ANU sculler, Philippa Gray. And at the rear will be the North Est sculler, Layla Hucker.
And as that final sculler approaches the line, confirming the results of the second semi-final of the under-19 women's single scull. A win for Elena Moran of the Australian National University and the ACT High Performance Programme. Second, Imogen Lang from Canberra Rowing Club and the ACT High Performance Programme. And third, Olivia Yates from Mersey Rowing Club. Those three scullers, oh no, I'm so sorry, it's the first two that progress through to the A final, so it's just the ACT High Performance scullers. I guess we shouldn't be surprised. But a great showing there from Olivia Yates of Mersey. She'll get a favoured lane in the B final, and joining her in the B final will be the fourth place sculler Ellie Clifford from Trinity Lutheran. The remainder are now eliminated from the event. The provisional finishing time for Elena Moran, 8:46.18, the margin 11.97, and then a further 19.59 back to the B finalists.
And there will be, yes, A and B finals, not C.
No.
If I look at the top of the page.
Yes.
First and second to the A final, third and fourth to the B final.
So we have a third semi-final in this under-19 women's single scull event with Emily Graham from University of Queensland in lane 2. In lane 3, Morgan Brown from North Esk, Tasmania. In lane 4, Sophie Malcolm from Centenary and the Queensland Academy of Sport programme. Ella Spalding from Mersey is in lane 5, Asia Heaps from Bundaberg in lane 6, and Chloe Robinson from Mercantile Rowing Club in lane 7.
And they're well down the course once again. And Sophie Malcolm is leading from Centenary, Queensland Academy of Sport. She's coached by Michael Abstelton and Peter Wadsworth.
And she impressed last year, and she continues to impress this year. So sound little sculler there.
What race was that she won last year by lengths?
Yes, was it not the under-17 single?
Was it this or the under-17? I'm not sure.
I don't remember, but yeah, she won by a long way, didn't she?
Long
It's her
way,
sister
yes.
Jessica, isn't it, that she also rows with?
She has a sister, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think they row under 21s together. But Sophie certainly won everything she went in, or just about everything she went in at the Queensland Championships down at Lake Wyaralong back in January.
Looking very neat there.
Emily Graham, coached by Gus Rodero, who's leaving University of Queensland to take up a role with the Queensland Academy of Sport, is in Station 2, but at the moment no match for Sophie Malcolm or Ella Spalding of Mersey and Morgan Brown of North Esk. So the Tasmanians there, Morgan Brown coached by Trevor Barrett and Ella Spalding coached by David Tippett, right amongst the mix here. Then back to Emily Graham, Asia Heaps of Bundaberg and Chloe Robinson of Mercantile. So a shout out to Asia Heaps' coach Rod Dick. Rod's got a bit of a crook back at the moment. Not really up to travelling this far. He was going to go to Penrith, but it's a bit further down here in a plane and driving and one thing and another. So his sculler Asia Heaps here has made it through to the semi-final of the under-19 women's single scull. Another Bundaberg representative racing at the Australian Rowing Championship. So well done to Rod Dick for the coaching he's doing back in Bundaberg. But Sophie Malcolm leads through the 1500 metre mark by 7.18 seconds. That's 2.5 lengths in this class of boat.
Yeah, she looks to me like she's just sitting there watching everybody on either side of her because she's got a centre lane and doing a great job there, just doing what she needs to do to get through this round and win it and conserving her energy for the final.
She sculls really well, and I'm not sure if she rows with Ben Southwell or she remains at her club with Mike Abstelton and Peter Wadsworth, listed as her coach. But, she's sitting nice and tall in the seat there, and
the race is on for the for the favoured lane in the B final, isn't it, between the scullers who are placing third and fourth right now, but first and second look pretty.
Yep, the Mersey sculler's going to clearly finish in second place, Ella Spalding, so well done to David Tippett getting a finalist here for Mersey Rowing Club. Third will be the University of Queensland, Emily Graham. Fourth then will be North Esk, Morgan Brown. Fifth will be Mercantile, Chloe Robinson. And sixth will be the Bundaberg sculler, Asia Heaps.
Coming across the line now, the fourth place sculler, Morgan Brown, as we said, from North Esk. Sorry, that's not right. It's the fifth placed, Chloe Robinson from Mercantile, and completing the field, Asia Heaps. So just confirming those results. The first two going through to the A final are Sophie Malcolm from Centenary and the Queensland Academy of Sport, joined by Ella Spalding from Mersey Rowing Club. Into the B final of the Under-19 Women's Single Scull are Emily Graham from University of Queensland and Morgan Brown, and the remainder are eliminated from the event. Winning time provisionally 8 minutes 59.59, the margin 6.67. That compares with 8.46 from the previous semi-final. We now move to the Under-19 Men's Single Scull, where we have 2 semi-finals, and the first 3 will progress through to the A final. In the first semi-final, James Hart from St Kevin's is in lane 2. Adam Holland from Scotch College Adelaide and the South Australian Sports Institute is in lane 3. Alec Hoskin from Kinross Wallaroi School is in lane 4. Winston Hooper from Melbourne Grammar School is in lane 5. Jonah Nelson from Nudgee College is in lane 6, and Samuel Klotz from Bundaberg is in lane 7.
So on the far side, St Kevin's, James Hart's coached by Tom Swan, former national team member, and Charlie Dixon. And in lane 3, Scotch College Adelaide Sassy, Adam Holland, coached by Will Raven, who is another state hopper.
Indeed he is, but he's...
Zurich Hazel Grove, of hop states, and coaching, doing a terrific job in South Australia, both of them.
Yeah.
I saw Will downstairs yesterday, actually.
Yeah.
Benjamin Watt with Kinross Wallaroi. Alec Hoskin had a very good race. I think it was in the repechage yesterday to get through to here. Tom Abramowski coaching Winston Hooper. And I would suggest Lockie Johnson and Sean Carolyn may be coaching Jonah Nelson of Nudgee College. I imagine he's in the first 8. And Rod Dick again coaching Samuel Klotz of Bundaberg Rowing Club. But clearly Adam Holland is our leader, the Scotch College Adelaide sculler, over James Hart of St Kevin's in Station 2. He's in second place. Then follows Winston Hooper, Alec Hoskin, Jonah Nelson and Samuel Klotz.
Yeah, they have a good talent squad there in South Australia, don't they? And Will Raven working with Christine McLaren.
Yeah.
Producing some, well, we certainly have seen some great performances from their athletes this week so far.
So I'm not sure about this, but Tom Swan, who's coaching St Kevin's, I think he might have got married in the last couple of weeks.
Oh.
Hope he's not here on his honeymoon.
But somehow we wouldn't be surprised, would we?
No, we would not.
No.
That's once that rowing gets in your blood, Lizzie.
I know, that's why I just
What are
really
you
am
doing
amazed.
in July? What are you doing in July? Are you going back to England for
Of
Henley?
course.
Of course, yes.
Henley Women's, Henley Royal,
Yes.
Lucerne.
Ascot.
Nah. What's that?
So Scotch College Adelaide, Adam Holland, a very impressive win over the St Kevin's sculler James Hart in second place. Melbourne Grammar's Winston Hooper, coached by Tom Abramowski, will be in third place. Fourth will be Kinross Wallaroi, Alec Hoskin. Then follows in fifth place Nudgee College's Jonah Nelson, and Samuel Klotz of Bundaberg will be sixth.
And this time round we have 3 through to the A final. So as our final sculler approaches the line, just confirming the results and the progression. The win was to Adam Holland of Scotch College Adelaide and the South Australian Sports Institute. Second, James Hart from St Kevin's School, and third, Winston Hooper from Melbourne Grammar School. Those will be the 3 scullers that progress through to the A final. To the B final will be 4th placed Alec Hoskin from Kinross Wallaroi, 5th placed Jonah Nelson from Nudgee, and Samuel Klotz from Bundaberg.
And of course, the under-19 men's single scull is for the Thomas Keller Memorial Trophy.
Right. So we have a second semi-final in this under-19 men's single scull racing for the Thomas Keller Trophy. In lane 2, William Gregory of Radford College, Adelaide. In lane 3, Chad Willett from Nudgee College. In lane 4, Will Clark from Ballarat Grammar School. In lane 5, Griffin Shostakovsky from Nudgee College. In lane 6, Robert Vanderpoel of Trinity Lutheran. And in lane 7, Harry Salfinger from Swan River Rowing Club.
I think it was the under-17 single last year that Chad Willett won by about 10 lengths.
Oh, that was him, right.
At Lake Barrington. He was
Yes.
rowing for Rockhampton Grammar School at that point, but he this season or this year has been attending Nudgee College. And I remember it was just about the most impressive win of the regatta last year at Lake Barrington.
And Rockhampton Grammar head coach John Smythe
Has
he
gone
has
to
moved as well.
the Southport School.
The Southport School, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Haven't
And
seen
they
so
won
many
the
scholars here.
Old Boys Cup for the leading school at the head of the river this year, so a feather in the cap of John Smythe. The O'Connor Cup is for the first 8, but the Old Boys Cup is for the school that scores the most points. Richard Dorstein could tell you, I think you can only score 126 points, and the Southport school scored 113. So if they won every event, they would have got 126 points. They
Wow.
obviously didn't win the first 8 or the Year 11 first 8, but they won a lot of whatever they didn't win, they finished second in, and they got 113 out of a possible 126 points.
It's a bit like the Rowing Australia Cup in the interstate event, isn't it? That
Yeah.
every single result really matters.
Really matters.
If you
Really,
want to win
really
that trophy,
matters.
yeah.
But it is Chad Willett who's leading. He's stepped up from under-17s to under-19s and
That's
still
impressive.
sculling well. And again, I'd suggest he's coached by Sean Carolyn and Lockie Johnston. Welcome, Lockie. I'm sure you've made it to the course after visiting the statue of Black Caviar and paying due homage to the great mare. Ballarat Grammar's Will Clark is right there with Radford College. A good race for second and third, remembering that in this race there are only 2 semi-finals, so the first 3 will advance to the final. William Gregory is holding down second place, and Will Clark is in third place. Then follows Griffin Shostakovsky of Nudgee in fourth place. Robert Vanderpoel of Trinity Lutheran is in fifth place, and Harry Salfinger of Swan River is at the rear of the field in sixth place. But I'm sure Chad Willett wouldn't have got a lot of opportunity to row the single scull this year, rowing first 8, and because there's no single scull racing in the schoolboy races in Queensland. I imagine it's the same in
At the
Sydney.
GPS head, it's the same, yes.
Yeah.
We have plenty in the regattas, but you're right. That you
Eights.
would be switching into small boats now.
8s
Yeah.
and quads as to go. And of course, in the years gone by, it was 8s and 4s. I don't know
Still
how many
8s and
years
4s
ago
with us.
they went to 8s and quads.
Right.
And the school girls have always been quads and 8s in Brisbane. And of course, tradition is hard to break. In Ballarat, it's all about 4s, isn't it? You know?
Yeah, and how good they are.
Well, and what a rich breeding ground of Australian rowers it is, the Ballarat Lake Wendouree facility. But at the moment, it is the sculler from Nudgee College, St Joseph's Nudgee College, in fact. Chad Willett, who's leading this second and final under-19 men's single scull semi-final. The first 3 to go through to the final. And Willett went through 5:57.20. A great race for second and third. No place for the faint-hearted, with a sculler in the middle from Ballarat Grammar finishing strongly. Shostakovsky of Nudgee going out after the Radford College sculler, but I think he's going to run out of water. It'll be Nudgee College lane 3 first. Radford College in lane 2 will be second. Ballarat Grammar in 4 will be third. Nudgee College in lane 5 will be fourth. Then follows a sculler from Trinity Lutheran and Swan River. Harry Salfinger will be in sixth place.
Confirming the results of the second semi-final of the under-19 men's single scull, a win for Chad Willett from Nudgee College, second William Gregory from Radford College, and third Will Clark from Ballarat Grammar. Those 3 scullers will progress through to the A final. Fourth, Griffin Shostakovsky of Nudgee. Fifth, Robert Vanderpoel of Trinity Lutheran. And sixth, Harry Salfinger from Swan River. Those 3 scullers will progress through to the B final. The provisional time for that win in the second semi-final of the under-19 men's single scull was 7 minutes 57.8 seconds. The margin 4.16 and 0.69. That compares with 7.42 in the previous semi-final. So we're moving from sculling to sweep rowing, where we only have 1 oar in either hand, starting with the smallest of the sweep boats, which is the coxless pair. We kick off with the under-19 men's coxless pair. We have 2 semi-finals, with the first 3 to progress through to the A final. In lane 2, representing Mossman Rowing Club, Joe Lynch, Joshua Wilson, coached by Matthias Ungermach and Judith Ungermach. In lane 3 from St Joseph's College, New South Wales, James Fredrickson and Charlie Hine, coached by David Geely and Charlie Rowe. In lane 4 from Hutchins in Tasmania, Falcon Palmer and Archie Stewart, coached by Andrew Palmer and Thomas Allwright. In lane 5 from Hutchins School, Tom Gibson and Tom Bailey, coached by Andrew Palmer and Tom Allwright. And in lane 6 from Hutchins, Angus Vermey and Hayden Mounter, also coached by Andrew Palmer and Tom Allwright. And completing our field in lane 7, Caulfield Grammar School's Liam Quinn and Griffin Farmer. Razor has moved off the commentary team and welcomed Stuart John back onto it.
Hi Lizzie, how are we this morning?
We are wonderful, thank you. It's good to see everybody is gradually picking things up and reinstating them after the wind last night.
Absolutely, yeah, the wind's just having a look at that wind forecast. It is due to pick up a little bit later on today, although we are sitting significantly under, so the forecast for the wind about now is about 30 kilometres an hour.
And it's nothing like that, is it?
No, it's been sitting on about 20, it's about 20 kilometres an hour at the moment.
It's a nice strong breeze, but certainly the scullers at this end of the course seem to be coping with it really well. I suspect it's a little bit windier at the start, and I agree with you. So it's supposed to blow up later on and get increasingly strong, isn't it? So I think everybody's very wary. Actually, there we go. We've got some footage on the live stream now from earlier on in the course, and it does look a little choppy. And of course, it is a crosswind, which we've all known. There is a prevailing crosswind, so athletes just need to be ready to deal with that, really.
Yeah, and look, particularly with the pairs and the coxless boats, it does make it a little bit harder.
Bit more challenging.
Exactly right. So we are underway in race number 227, the first semi-final of the men's under-19 coxless pairs. First, second and third going through to the final. We've got the 3 Hutchins crews in lanes 4, 5 and 6, Mossman in lane 2 and St Joseph's New South Wales in lane 3 and Caulfield Grammar in lane 7. And it does look to be St Joseph's in lane 3 that have the early lead coming up towards the 500 metre mark. And we're just seeing on the footage there, you can see a little bit of waves, no white caps at the moment. As they come up towards the 500 metre mark, it is St Joseph's New South Wales with the lead ahead of the Hutchins crew in lane 4. Then back again to the second Hutchins crew in lane 5. Mossman are sitting in second at the moment. Then the final Hutchins crew in lane 6, Caulfield Grammar in lane 7. The way as they're going through at the moment, but all very, very even. There's not much more than about 3 seconds between all of the crews in this first semi-final as they pass through the first 500 metres. First, second and third, as mentioned, going through to the A final, with the rest going through to the B final. So the under-19 men's coxless pairs, as Lizzie Chapman steps out, and we do have Richard Dorstein stepping in for the first shift today. Good morning.
Morning, Stuart.
How are we?
I'm very good, thank you. Lovely to be here at fairly placid Lake Ngambie still, for now.
Placid for now, yes.
Placid-ish, yes, by Victorian standards anyway.
So the men's under-19 coxless pairs. So St Joseph's with the lead as they went through the 500 metre mark, and then 2 of the crews from Hutchins sitting in the qualification positions. And I think this is going to be an interesting one. It'll be interesting to see as they go through the 1,000 metres who the first 3 are and whether or not we do have that separation between the 500 and the 1,000. First, second and third into the A final, the rest through to the B final. And it does still look to be, just having a look on the screen at the moment, some fantastic pictures as the crews are heading through from the timing huts. We can see the new developments on the southern edge. And we were just saying before that those houses down there might just be breaking up a little bit of the very notorious Ngambie winds that come up from the south.
Hopefully provide a bit of protection there in the first half of the course. Of course, down here in the second 1,000, there's quite a few trees, as you can see there on those shots, providing some protection on the southern side of the course. But that new development hopefully doing the same in the opening 1,000 metres of the race as well.
But passing the 1,000-metre mark, Mossman into the lead now over in lane 2, followed up by St Joseph's, New South Wales, dropping in to second place. Then we have the 3 Hutchins crews, and the first 2 of those Hutchins crews. So in lane 4, it's Falcon Palmer and Archie Stewart. In lane 5, it's Tom Gibson and Tom Bailey. And it is the 2 Toms that are in that third qualifying position, but there is 0.4 of a second between third and fourth. And there's only 0.36 of a second between second and third. So neither of those 2 Hutchins crews out of qualification positions compared to St Joseph's. So Mossman with the lead coming into going past 1,000 metres. Probably only the crews in lanes 6 and 7. So the Hutchins crew of Angus Vermey and Hayden Mounter, and then Caulfield Grammar's Liam Quinn and Griffin Farmer, looking like they might be out of the running for the A final. First, second and third to go through. So as things stand at the moment, there is going to be one very unlucky crew to miss out. But it is Mossman with the lead, and we are seeing the Hutchins crew in lane 5. The 2 Toms sitting in second place at the moment, pushing ahead of St Joseph's, New South Wales, and then back to the Hutchins crew in lane 4 of Palmer and Stewart.
It looks to be, yes, the 3 Hutchins crews probably fighting out for one spot here, but it was a very strong second 1,000 there, certainly from Mossman over on lane 2. Went from 4th position to assume the lead at the 1,000, and they've extended that now through 1,500 metres as well, out to an exactly 5-second lead over Hutchins lane 5, who have taken second place. So St Joseph's, who led early, have dropped back another place now into third, and it continues then to be the 2 Hutchins pairs behind them in the race for the third spot, although some work to do certainly for Hutchins lane 6. They're about 14 seconds back. Hutchins lane 4 still very much in contention, but Falcon Palmer and Archie Stewart.
Coming up now towards the past the 1750 metre mark, so only 250 metres to go. Mossman, Joe Lynch and Joshua Wilson, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungermack, looking very strong. As mentioned, they were a little bit behind coming into the first 500 metres, but they've certainly made up some good ground, and they are looking quite strong there over in lane 2. But the 2 Toms, Tom Gibson, Tom Bailey, we saw them race yesterday and doing a pretty handy job over there in lane 5.
Yeah, they are indeed, and the ratings start to come up now amongst these Hutchins pairs, especially as they race into the last 150 metres or so of this race. There are probably 4 pairs across the course here looking for the qualifying spots. On the far side of the course, certainly Mossman best placed, but Hutchins and St Joseph's there in lane 3 have realised the need to lift, because they may have dropped back to 4th spot here as well as our leaders come inside the final 100 metres, the Mossman combination on lane 2.
Mossman in the lead. First, second and third to go through to the final. It's Hutchins in lane 5, Tom Bailey and Tom Gibson just ahead of St Joseph's, New South Wales, James Fredrickson, Charlie Hyde, and then Hutchins, Falcon Palmer, Archie Stewart not far behind. Mossman will go through with the win. It's the battle now for second and third. Hutchins in lane 5 will come through and take second place about quarter of a boat length ahead of St Joseph's, New South Wales in third place, and then Hutchins, Falcon Palmer and Archie Stewart just finishing in 4th place. Not much between our second, third and 4th, so a win there for Mossman. They finished 5 seconds ahead of the Hutchins crew, Tom Gibson, Tom Bailey, and then 0.7 of a second to third place, St Joseph's, New South Wales, James Fredrickson, Charlie Hine, and then less than a second between, between third place and then the other Hutchins crew of Falcon Palmer and Archie Stewart. The final Hutchins crew of Angus Vermey and Hayden Mounter will finish in 5th place, and then Caulfield Grammar's Liam Quinn and Griffin Farmer in 6th. A confirmation there. Going through to the A final are Mossman, Hutchins, Gibson and Bailey, and St Joseph's, New South Wales, with Hutchins, Palmer and Stewart, Hutchins, Vermi and Mounter, and Caulfield Grammar, Quinn and Farmer to go through to the B final in the men's under-19 coxless pairs. Moving on to race number 228. It's the second semi-final. There's only 2 semi-finals in this one.
As there should be.
It is first, second and third again through to the A final, with the rest going through to the B final. In lane 2 from Mossman Rowing Club, Brandon Smith and Oliver St Pierre, coached by Judith and Matthias Ungemak. In lane 3 from Christchurch Grammar and the West Australian Rowing Club, Joshua Handke and Grant Hogarth, coached by Stefano Beloso. In lane 4 from the Southport School, Harry Ward and Tyler Lane, coached by Cameron Kennedy. In lane 5 from the University of Queensland, Mitch McGeever and Drew Waitman, coached by Alex Ridgway and Richard Powell. In lane 6 from Corio Bay, Oscar Tyrrell and Charles Rudden, coached by Jeff Watt. And in lane 7 from Fremantle West Australian Rowing Club, Apollo Solomon and Ben Scott, and they're coached by Stefano Beloso.
Mossman looking good here for the second race in a row. A win in semi-final 1 just completed there with Joe Lynch and Joshua Wilson. And leading here through the 1,000-metre mark of semi-final 2 as well, Brandon Smith and Oliver St Pierre of the Mossman Rowing Club. Again, coached by Judith Ungemak and Matthias Ungemak, the Mossman combination there over in lane 2. And they had a pretty handy lead of a bit over 6 seconds, so more than 2 boat lengths at the halfway mark of this race over the West Australian combination in second place, Joshua Handke and Grant Hogarth, the Christchurch Grammar School and the West Australian Rowing Club.
But only a second between second place and fourth. So the Southport Schools, Ward and Lane sitting in third, and then less than a second between them and the University of Queensland crew in fourth place. So again, first, second and third to make it through to the semi-final, the rest going through to the B final. So I think we're in for another good battle for third place. The Fremantle West Australian crew of Solomon and Scott sitting in fifth place at the moment, and the Corio Bay crew of Tyrrell and Rardon sitting in sixth.
Come through 1,500 metres here, and it is still Mossman who leads, still around about 6 seconds, just a little less than that now over the West Australian combination, Christchurch and the West Australian Rowing Club. And importantly, in third place still sits the Southport School, Harry Ward and Tyler Lane. Stuart, I think you've come up with a pretty unique bit of rowing trivia in this race as well.
Yeah, look, we've had this one passed on. Drew Waitman from the University of Queensland, apparently the godson of Rowing Australia chair Rob Scott. And then Rob Scott is Drew Waitman's godfather, and then Drew's father is the godfather of Ben Scott, who is Rob's son, and also in this race for the Fremantle Composite in lane 7.
And Rob Scott and Dave Waitman, of course, Olympic silver medalists, but together back in Atlanta in 1996. So, yes, they're sons and their respective godsons competing against each other here, although a bit of work to do for both of those crews as far as qualification is concerned. But great to see the next generation of Scotts and Waitmans on the water here once again.
Yeah, and coming into the last 200 metres, it is Mossman, Brandon Smith and Oliver St Pierre. They've got a commanding lead at the moment and not letting the foot off the throat. They're looking to really come through, and you can see them just really up their rating as they're into the last 100 metres or so.
Southport here. Southport winding up on lane 4 up into third place and going out after second as well.
Yeah, look, we've got the Christchurch Composites of Handke and Hogarth sitting in second place at the moment. They've still got a boat length between themselves and the Southport School in third. Confirmation of the win there for Mossman. Second place will go to Christchurch Grammar West Australian Composite in lane 3, and then third and final qualification for the A final will go to the Southport School. And then finishing well over the top there, the Corio Bay crew in lane 6, Oscar Tyrrell and Charles Rardon, finishing over the top of the University of Queensland crew of McGeever and Waitman, and then the Fremantle West Australian Composite of Solomon and Scott finishing in 6th place. So confirmation there of the results. Qualifying for the A final will be the crews from Mossman, Christchurch Grammar West Australian Rowing Club, and then the Southport School, with the rest going through to the B final.
Mossman, 2 wins there in 2 races, 7:34.74 their winning time in the first semi, and 7:36.70 in the race just completed, so about 2 seconds between the pace of those 2 Mossman crews who take out the race-to-race double in the under-19 men's Cox's pair semis.
And we're moving on for the start of race number 229. It is the women's under-21 singles sculls. We can see on the screen there that they're just moving into position. So it is a little bit not the easiest thing to do to try and get your boat set up with the boat holders there. Big shout out to all the boat holders as well, particularly when it is a little bit fresh first thing in the morning, a little bit breezy. You're trying to help the rowers get everything lined up so as that they're ready to go. So yeah, big shout out to boat holders and also all the volunteers coming in 2 weeks short notice, coming from around the country to help out and make the event a success.
Things people will do for a bright orange shirt is remarkable, but boat holding certainly one of the more challenging volunteer roles to hold those boats steady, especially with a bit of a breeze pushing the boats slightly across the course here from left to right there. If you look at that great shot from the starting line, and they're on their way now in the first semi-final of the under-21 women's single scull.
In lane 2 from Sydney University, Grace Turner, coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. In lane 3 from Griffith University, Surfers Paradise, Olivia Georgopoulos, coached by Lincoln Handley. In lane 4 from Centenary, Jessica Malcolm, coached by Michael Lobsterlin and Peter Wadsworth. In lane 5 from Melbourne University, Olivia Rosea, coached by Mitchell Nelson and Edward Fuller. In lane 6 from Brisbane and GPS, Hannah Kenway, coached by Peter Howard. And in lane 7 from Sydney University, Sophia Whiteman, coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley.
Really interesting viewing there, Stuart, from this camera on the start pontoon of the effect of that cross breeze, which was coming left to right across the screen. There are a lot of the scullers were being pushed off to their what would be their bow side in the early strokes of the race. So they've had to correct and move back towards the centre of the lane, and in some cases possibly overcorrect and head towards the stroke side line of boys too. So certainly interesting conditions for these single sculls in the early racing this morning.
Look, I think we're going to see a lot of zigzags on Strava for the people that have that going, but it does make it a little bit difficult because there is that temptation there, because you know that you're going to be pushed back across anyway, so you may as well do a little bit and have the wind naturally take you across, because otherwise then you're putting all your pressure on your bow side oar.
That's right.
Or your bow side foot to try and get
try and
through.
Adjust. Yes, it's a game of millimetres to try and steer the most direct path, I suppose, and difficult to anticipate exactly what the wind's going to do at any one time during the race, but testing out these under-21 women's single scullers, no doubt, as they continue now through the first 500 metres of this race.
Yeah, and it does look like we're seeing Olivia Georgopoulos from Griffith University, Surfers Paradise, leading Grace Turner from Sydney University. Grace, formerly of Canberra Girls Grammar under Kaz Pipers, now moved up to Sydney for university. I think we're seeing Grace in the New South Wales Youth 8s on Sunday.
She's changed allegiances. She's escaped.
I don't know if you call it escape from Canberra.
Never.
We never had border controls,
That's true.
unlike the
That's
rest
true.
of the country.
Well, exactly right. It was for the safest part of the country at one point in time, apart from possibly Tasmania.
Yeah, or WA.
Well, do we still call that part of Australia? We can now.
We can. They've rejoined the country.
It's very good of them. The People's Republic has come back to open their borders. It's great to see. And we'll be heading over there in 12 months' time, Stuart. Next year's National Judge, I believe, is scheduled for the Champion Lakes course over in Western Australia. So hopefully we can gather there in another year.
Yeah, look, head back over there, and it'll be good to see the national. It's interesting to see the national titles go around the country, you know, for so many years out at Cirque, and then last year, obviously, down at Lake Barrington. This year, very short notice for obvious reasons due to the flooding in Sydney, but then across to Perth, and I think back to Sydney the year after. And it'll be good for the guys over in Perth as well, because obviously this year they've missed out on the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. Obviously with the concerns around the border closures and the health measures that might have been in place in WA at the time. An easy decision to make, so we'll be down this way again, down to Ballarat.
Back to Ballarat. So yes, the Victorians have certainly profited this year from the issues in other states, which has certainly been great to see these regattas go ahead. But you're right, there's a lot to be said for the rotation of these big regattas around the country, and to save the West Australians from a long drive across the Nullarbor for yet another year, as we'll go over there and I'm sure have a great regatta in Perth next year.
Absolutely, and I would like to point it out there that with LA being over 1,500 metres, we've got a lovely 1,800 metre course at Lake Burley Griffin. So, you know, if people from Rowing Australia would like to come down to the national capital, then I'm sure we'd love to have a regatta down there.
Perfect. And look, that's an interesting situation that we'll have in a few years' time with an Olympics raced over 1,500 metres. I think now is officially confirmed. I believe to be the case. So, will the national championships in the preceding years need to be adjusted to take count of that? And presumably the World Cup international regattas too, leading up to Los Angeles. So, some decisions to be made there. Luckily by smarter minds than, well, certainly by mine anyway.
Oh, more so than definitely more than mine. Into the 1,000-metre mark of the women's under-21 single sculls, and it is Grace Turner from Sydney University in the lead. She's got a 3-second lead over Olivia Georgopoulos. Good 500 metres there from Grace Turner. Jessica Malcolm from Centenary sitting in third place ahead of Melbourne University's Livia Rosea. Sophia Whiteman from Sydney University, and then Hannah Kenway from Brisbane and GPS making up the fields. We have first, second and third going through to the A finals. So again, only 2 semi-finals in this one. So at the moment, it is lanes 2, 3 and 4. Turner, Georgopoulos and Malcolm sitting in those places. Livia Rosa from Melbourne University, only a couple of seconds behind at the 1,000-metre mark, and certainly you would say not without a shot of making it through.
Indeed. And for those catching up still on the story of the Los Angeles Olympic course, they plan to hold the rowing at the Long Bay Centre, which hosted the 1932 Olympic Games regatta, I understand, which has since had, I think it's a freeway bridge built in a certain place, which makes it impossible to extend the course beyond 1,500 metres. And of course, in Los Angeles, freeways are sacrosanct, so it can't go. So instead, it's the last 500 metres of the rowing course that can't be used. So they will be racing over a 1,500 metre course in Long Bay, but it's a very central course close to a popular part of Los Angeles. So it'll be great for spectators, but be interesting for the athletes to deal with.
Yeah, look, but I mean, I guess the alternative for Los Angeles was to have the rowing at a place that was about 160 kilometres outside of Los Angeles. Exactly. So then you've either got extremely long commutes to get from the athlete village out to that particular venue, or you have to have it where, you know, they're just basically separated from the rest of the... you've got them where they're separated from the rest of the Olympic village. So it's a good decision. I think that I think what we'll probably see is only the one event. So only the Olympics run over the 1,500 metres, but it will be interesting, as you say, because how does that then affect, if you're building up for the Olympics, you'll have the world titles potentially over 2,000 metres, but then do you have different crews because you've got someone that might just be that little bit quicker with 500 metres less to go.
Especially with the World Championships as the main qualification regatta the previous year. So, yeah, plenty of questions to be answered there. We don't pretend to have the answers. We just ask the questions.
We're just the talking heads.
Exactly right.
Also, with 500 metres to go is the first semi-final of the women's under-21 single sculls. Grace Turner with a 5-second lead through the 1,500 ahead of Olivia Georgopoulos. And then less than a second between Olivia Georgopoulos and Centenary's Jessica Malcolm. And then there's less than 2 seconds between Jessica Malcolm and Melbourne University's Livia Rosea. So it's going to be an interesting finish coming up here. Sophia Whiteman sitting in fifth place at the moment, ahead of Hannah Kenway from Brisbane and GPS.
Just watching Livia Rosea here in fourth place as she comes past 1750. She is aware definitely of the two scullers out there to her right-hand side, to a stroke side, and is going out after the two Queensland scullers there, side by side, lanes 3 and 4, and also the lane 5 sculler with Sophia Whiteman, lane 7 in fact. We've got one in the water, possibly back in lane 6, unfortunately. It looks like the Brisbane and GPS sculler being assisted by the rescue boat, but 5 scullers remain. Look at this race for the second, third and fourth, Stuart.
Yeah, look, only the first 3 going through to the final, and it is Grace Turner out in front, and that's the only one you can confirm that's going to make it. Olivia Georgopoulos looks to be dropping off a little bit off the pace. Livia Rosea from Melbourne University moving up into second place ahead of Jessica Malcolm from Centenary. Olivia has some work to do. Grace Turner into the final 50 metres. She looks like she'll come through. Livia Rosea from Melbourne University has rowed an absolutely brilliant race. She's now half a boat length ahead of Jessica Malcolm from Centenary in third place. A win there for Grace Turner. Second to Livia Rosea from Melbourne University. Third will go to Jessica Malcolm, with Olivia Georgopoulos dropping down from first at the 500 metres down to fourth. So only qualifying for the B final. Sophia Whiteman from Sydney University making up the field. And as mentioned,
Hannah Kenway is back. She's
back
in the boat, so
boats.
it looks like she'll conclude the race in any event. And but it was a great finish there from Livia Rosiah of Melbourne Uni, who was fourth with 500 to go and went past both Jessica Malcolm and Olivia Georgopoulos in the concluding strokes. And Hannah Kenway is going to get a great view of the race following her down as well this second semi-final.
Yeah, the second semi-final of the women's under-21 single sculls, first, second and third through to the A final. In lane 2 from Sydney University in the ACT High Performance Program, Maddie Vag, coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. In lane 3 from North Esk, Lindsay Calvert, coached by Brendan Long and Trevor Barrett. In lane 4 from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Danica Free, coached by Duncan Free. In lane 5 from Adelaide University in the South Australian Sports Institute, Sophie Barr, coached by Christine McLaren. In lane 6 from ANU and the ACT Academy of Sport, Lizzie Gregory, coached by Dave Framano. And in lane 7 from Melbourne University, Meg Cartwright, coached by Mitchell Nelson and Edward Fuller. This is a really nice spread of states across here. We've got Maddie Vag rowing for Sydney University, but from the ACT.
You're claiming her, I assume?
She's in our youth eights.
There you go.
So, she's one of us. I reckon keep an eye out on Maddie Vag in a few years' time, winning a Nell Slatter Trophy for the ACT.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to call
All
it
right.
early.
We'll pencil that one in.
But then we've got North Esk, obviously, down in Tasmania, then Griffith University up in Queensland, Adelaide, ANU, and then Victoria in Melbourne University. So it's a very well spread out race. It's a geographically spread race.
It is. It's great to see at the National Championship. So 4 states and 1 territory represented here in this second semi-final of the under-21 women's single scull. And it was the Canberra product. I think Madeline Vag leading here for the Sydney University Boat Club, but also still here listed as a member of the ACT High Performance Program. So loyalties on either side of the border there for Madeline Vag, who leads this race from Danica Free, the daughter of Duncan Free, by about 5 seconds the difference between lanes 2 and 4. And then in the all-important third spot, Lindsay Calvert, the North Esk sculler from Launceston in Tasmania, is the top 3. And we should also note here Hannah Kenway coming through to finish the previous semi-final, about 120 metres to row for her to conclude race 229. She will finish in 6th position.
So coming up past the 1500 metre mark in the second semi-final of the women's under-21 single sculls, it is still Maddie Vag with the lead ahead of Danica Free, Lindsay Calvert, Sophie Barr, Lizzie Gregory and Meg Cartwright. As we just see, as mentioned, we just see now Hannah Kenway from Brisbane and GPS getting back into the boat, coming through to the finish there. So well done to Hannah Kenway.
And she'll race again in the B final of the under-21s women's single scull, and that distinctly coloured boat there with the bow and the stern standing out.
Yeah, the pink bow and stern. It's we see some interesting coloured boats coming around. I know I've
becoming
raced
a lot more creative now, aren't they?
Well, I raced against one down in Canberra that was in green. It looked like Green Army camouflage.
The boat you can't quite see.
I
But
saw
you could
it.
see it, so it's,
I could see it. I actually
send
beat
that
it, which
camera.
was unusual.
even better. Here comes Madeline Vag out of the Sydney University Boat Club, about to win this second semi-final. It looks like ahead of Danica Free, and still there. Sophie Barr, in fact, from Adelaide Uni, has moved ahead of Lindsay Calvert, it looks like, for third place.
So Maddie Vag with the win, formerly of Canberra Grammar School, raced with Zoe Bond last year in the under-19s. I think she won the under-19 single scull last year, then second in the under-19 double sculls, and now going through and qualifying in first place in the second semi-final of the under-21 women's singles scull. Danica Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise will finish in second, also qualify for the A final. Great row at the finish there from Sophie Barr from Adelaide University and the South Australian Sports Institute to finish in third place and qualify for the A final. Then the first of the B final qualifiers will be Lindsay Calvert from North Esk, and then she'll finish ahead of Lizzie Gregory from ANU in the ACT High Performance Program, and then Meg Cartwright from Melbourne University. So confirmation there in the second semi-final of the under-21 women's single scull. A win for Maddie Vag in a time of 8 minutes 33.6. She finished 17 seconds ahead of Danica Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise. Joining Maddie and Danica in the A final will be Sophie Barr from Adelaide University and the South Australian Sports Institute, with Lindsay Calvert, Lizzie Gregory and Meg Cartwright going through to tomorrow's B final.
And a time about 11 seconds faster than the previous semi-final. We should warn, as we know, that times mean nothing in rowing, but still interesting to take note when there's such a difference between two consecutive semi-finals there.
Absolutely. And I'm still going to claim that 5 years' time, Maddie Vag, Interstate Trophy.
There you go. All right, we'll hopefully still be here at the time. I don't know which course we'll be at, where the rotation will take us to in about 2027 or so.
Well, that might be
This will
the
be
one
your
of the-
Lake Burley Griffin Nationals, I
That will
assume.
be the one, yeah.
That'll be the 1,800 metres in preparation for Los Angeles.
1,500 metres, start from the Governor-General's residence, finish up near Western Park. It's easy.
Make it very easy for the Governor-General to present the trophy too at the end of the race.
Well, he's just got to go around the corner. He's come down to a couple of Head of the Lakes at and ACT Junior Championships, and also the Disher Cup. He's come down and presented there as well. So it's fantastic to have their excellencies, the Governor-General and Mrs. Hurley, as patrons of Rowing ACT, and always a big thrill to be able to have that presented by the highest
absolutely.
ranked Australian.
Exactly. No, it is great that they are such supporters of rowing, and they'll be here on Sunday to present, I believe, the Kings and Queens Cups as well, the Governor-General and Mrs. Hurley.
Absolutely. Race number 231 is underway. It's the men's semi-final of the under-21 singles scull. We've got 3 semi-finals on this event.
We knew this would have to come up, didn't we?
In lane 2 from Mossman, Patrick Burke, coached by Matthias Ungermack. In lane 3 from the University of Queensland, Noah Roseman, coached by Michael Russell. In lane 4 from Tasmania University, Samuel Mounter. In lane 5 from North Esk, Rue Colley, coached by Brendan Long and Trevor Barrett. In lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club, Namkai Stiliano, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. And in lane 7 from Banks Rowing Club, Mark Putter, coached by Thomas Krieber and Tony Lee.
And a really good race here for the top few spots, but of course with 3 semi-finals comes the fact that only 2 can go through to the A final from each. So some cutthroat racing here with very small margins between our top 3, at least it was at 1,500. Rue Colley of North Esk in lane 5 and Patrick Burke of Mossman over in lane 2. Looks like he may now have assumed the race lead. Dropping back a little in the last couple of hundred metres is Noah Roseman from the University of Queensland, who was only about 0.4 of a second away from second spot, but that gap has certainly grown now as they come through with under 200 metres to row. Rue Colley and Patrick Burke in the qualifying spots at this stage.
And it's also worthwhile remembering only 3rd and 4th go through to the B final. So there's still, even if you do find yourself in fifth, the important to try and push yourself to get through into those 3rd or 4th positions. But I don't think Patrick Burke has to push himself all that much at the moment. He does have a commanding lead. There's some nice clear water between himself and second place Rue Colley from North Esk, also having a fantastic road there over in lane 5. But Patrick Burke with the leads and looking very comfortable. He'll qualify for the A final in the under-21 men's singles sculls. Second place going to Rue Colley from North Esk as he just comes across the line. Now qualifying for the B final will be the University of Queensland's Noah Roseman as he just comes across the line. And then we've got a battle between Banks and Tasmania University. And it does look like the Banks rower, Mark Putter, will qualify for the B final about the boat length ahead of Tasmania University's Samuel Mounter. So, and then we've just got Namkai Stiliano from Sydney Rowing Club making up the field. So, final confirmation there. The winner of the first semi-final of the under-21 men's single scull, Patrick Burke from Mossman Rowing Club. Joining him in the A final will be Rue Colley from North Esk, and then into the B final, Noah Roseman from University of Queensland, Mark Putter from Banks Rowing Club, and then eliminated from this event are Samuel Mounter from Tasmania University and Namkai Stiliano from Sydney Rowing Club.
And Mossman again, that's our 3rd win in 5 races, won both the semis of the under-19 men's coxless pair and now the first semi-final of the under-21 men's single scull. They won't win the next couple of races due to having no athletes in them, but a very strong performance from Mossman so far this morning.
Absolutely. Semi-final number 2, first and second again going through to the A final, third and fourth into the B final. In lane 2 from the West Australia Rowing Club, it's Aria Almasi, coached by Stefano Beloso. In lane 3 from Canberra in the ACT Academy of Sport, Cormac Hayes, coached by Dave Romano. In lane 4 from Nepean Rowing Club, Miles Harold, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 5 from West Australian Rowing Club, Blake Wyatt, coached by Stefano Beloso. In lane 6 from UTS Haberfield, Henry Blackwell, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. And in lane 7 from Melbourne University, Wesley Hudson, coached by Matthew Ryan.
Another Canberra rower, Stuart, who's leading this race as well. If it's not Mossman winning, it's been one of the ACT products, it looks like, since you and I have been sitting here. And it's Cormac Hayes this time from the Canberra Rowing Club, another member of the ACT High Performance Program.
Yeah, Cormac's been a big talent for a number of years, rowing out of Marist College during his school years. He was always very, very quick, and he's now moved up into the ACT High Performance Program. And yeah, we've seen him a couple of times really push Tom Perry, who's still rowing. Tom won the ACT men's single sculls. We weren't allowed to have Caleb back to race in that one, but no, Tom, a very worthy winner of that particular event. But Cormac Hayes has pushed Tom a number of times and even managed to pinch a win off him at least once during the season. So I think, again, you'll see Cormac in a few years' time when Caleb starts to move on. I think you'll see Cormac starting to come through and race in the President's Cup.
Right. And another one to watch in the next few years, definitely, as the ACT contingent grows in the interstate regatta.
Absolutely. It is Cormac Hayes with the lead coming through the 1,500 metres. He's got a 4-second gap ahead of Miles Harold from Nepean. And then it's between the two West Australian Rowing Club rowers. Blake Wyatt, we saw him with a fantastic row in the repechage yesterday. And then to Aria Almasi, also from the West Australian Rowing Club. Henry Blackwell from UTS Haberfield and Wesley Hudson from Melbourne University, making up the field in the second semi-final of the men's under-21 single sculls. Again, first and second going through to the A final, third and fourth going through to the B final, with fifth and sixth eliminated from this event.
And tight still for possibly second and third. Cormac Hayes still leading here. Miles Harold and then Blake White of the West Australian Rowing Club. Two West Australian Rowing Club members in this race. Aria Almasi still there in about fourth place as well. But it looks as if Cormac Hayes and Miles Harold holding on to second. But Blake White coming at him here in the closing strokes of the race as well.
Cormac Hayes with the lead. Blake White really starting to put Miles Harold from Nepean Rowing Club under pressure. There's a boat length left between the two of them and it's closing fast. Will they have enough left? Cormac Hayes will take the win and then Miles Harold from Nepean will hold on by half a boat length ahead of Blake Wyatt from West Australian Rowing Club. So a fantastic finish there. Blake just ran out of space to be able to pinch second place. Another 50 metres or so, and I think we'll be talking about a different story. Fourth place will go to Aria Almasi from the West Australian Rowing Club ahead of Henry Blackwell from UTS Haberfield and then Wesley Hudson from Melbourne University making up the field. So confirmation there of our result in race number 232, the second semi-final of the men's under-21 single sculls. First place to Cormac Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club. Second to Nepean Rowing Club's Miles Harold. Both those rowers going through to the A final. Going through to the B final will be Blake Wyatt from West Australian Rowing Club and Aria Almasi, also from the West Australian Rowing Club, with UTS Haberfield's Henry Blackwell and Melbourne University's Wesley Hudson eliminated from this event. As we move on now to the third semi-final of the men's under-21 single sculls, first and second A final, third and fourth through to the B final. Lane 2 from Melbourne University, Felix Oliver, coached by Matthew Ryan. In lane 3 from Sydney University and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Hamish Danks, coached by Christopher Holliday and Thomas Larrick. In lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, William Delaney, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 5 from UTS Haberfield, Max von Appen, coached by Alex Field, Hallie Chapman and Elliot Shakloth Bertonetti. In lane 6 from Canberra Rowing Club and the ACT Academy of Sport, Raph Priest, coached by Dave Romano. And in lane 7 from Toowong Rowing Club, Darcy Water, coached by Leo Karadimitrius, Michael Hawke and Andrew Gerber.
Been a few changes in the positioning here over the middle section of this race. Through the 1,000 metres it was Melbourne Uni's Felix Oliver who led by, a third of a second. So Very little in that at all between the two scholars over on the southern side of Lake Ngamba here. Felix Oliver of Melbourne Uni in lane 2, coached by Matt Ryan, and Sydney Uni's Hamish Danks in lane 3, coached by Christopher Holliday and Tom Lorridge there. Certainly the leading two, and there is a bit of a gap back then to the remaining scullers in this race. Good race still, but the 3rd, 4th and 5th for B final qualification, but it is the top two, Felix Oliver and Hamish Danks here.
Yeah, Felix Oliver sitting nicely in first place at the moment. 4-second gap at the 1500 metre between him and Hamish Danks. 6 seconds back to Max von Appen, and then Raf Priest in 4th place at the moment, and he's less than a second ahead of William Delaney from Sydney Rowing Club in 5th place. So again, there'll be a good battle in for the qualification for the B final. 1st and 2nd through to the A final, 3rd and 4th through to the B final. So we've got some interesting racing coming up in the last 250 metres. Still Felix Oliver from Melbourne University with the lead. It's the 3rd semi-final of the men's under-21 single sculls. He's ahead of Hamish Danks from Sydney University, and UTS Haberfield's Max von Appen really starting to put the foot down. I don't think he's entirely out of the running for that final qualification place for the A final, but he will need to start putting the foot down, and whether or not he's got enough left in the tank. Also a good qualification for the B final. Raf Priest, can he hold out William Delaney from Sydney Rowing Club? Into the final 150 metres though. It's still Felix Oliver, Melbourne University with the lead, and we're just seeing Hamish Danks start to put the foot down a little bit. The Sydney University N-Swiss rower in lane 3, sitting nicely in 2nd place. We've got UTS Haberfield's Max von Appen sitting nicely in 3rd, and Raf Priest looks like he's just pulling a little bit ahead of William Delaney, but we've still got about 100 metres to go. It's a win for Felix Oliver. He'll go through to the A final. In 2nd place and also through to the A final, Sydney University's Hamish Danks. In 3rd place will be Max von Appen from UTS Haberfield. He'll go through to the B final. Nice finish there from Canberra Rowing Club's Raf Priest. He'll go through to the B final as well. Managed to hold off William Delaney by about a boat length in 5th place, and then Darcy Watter from Toowong in 6th. So some good pressure being applied there, Richard, on all of our rowers.
Yeah, great to see them racing all the way, not just for the A final spots, but for the B finals as well. Every position is important in these races as well. And 7:46.05 there, the unofficial time to our race winner, Felix Oliver, which compares to 7:43 and 7:49 in the previous 2 semis, so right in the middle of the qualifying times. A good performance from Felix Oliver of Melbourne United. I don't think he was completely extended there at the end of the race, possibly a bit left for the final still of the under-21 men's single scull.
Absolutely. Race number 234 is underway. It's the first semi-final of the under-21 women's coxless pairs, with 1st, 2nd and 3rd going through to the A final, with the rest through to the B final. In lane 2 from UTS Haberfield, Sarah Fard and Taylor Kerpinotis, coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field. In lane 3 from Tasmania University, Sophie Robertson and Kate Oliver. In lane 4 from Melbourne University, Evelyn Dow and Romy Cantwell, coached by Mitchell Nelson and Edward Fuller. In lane 5 from Fremantle and Swan River, Lola Quinn and Charlotte Broad, coached by Mark Beer, Neville Kempton and Tom Gatti. In lane 6 from the West Australian Rowing Club, Holly Cannon, Aquila Ambrosino, coached by Stefano Beloso and Jack O'Day. And in lane 7 from Adelaide University and Adelaide, composite of Grace Seppelt and Claire Romaniak, coached by Jurek Hasselgrove. And we're just seeing the wind start to pick up a bit. It's up to around 28 kilometres an hour, so around that 30k an hour mark. So it has picked up as forecast, so it does make the rowing a little bit trickier, particularly at the start line, and also making sure that you line up at the start to be able to go through.
And that was the forecast too, Stuart, wasn't it? Around about 10 a.m. the breeze was predicted to pick up, so the forecasters may be on the money here, but a good race here amongst our top 3 in this. We are back to a traditional 2 semi-final race. Although, look, if we can have the Olympics over 1,500 metres, I guess we can deal with 3 semi-finals, can't we?
Absolutely. You know, you've just got to roll with it.
It's not a battle worth fighting anymore, is it? But anyway, we are back to 2 semis here in the under-21 women's coxes pair, and they are into the last 500 metres of the race now here in race 234. Tasmania University by under a second ahead of Melbourne University, and then Fremantle Swan River. So several states again represented amongst our potential qualifiers here. Sophie Robertson and Kate Oliver for Tasmania University, then Evelyn Dowell and Romy Cantwell of Melbourne Uni, ahead of Lola Quinn of Swan River and Charlotte Broad of the Fremantle Rowing Club. They look to be our top three, and they would be in the spots. Also UTS Haberfield there, Sarah Fard and Taylor Kerpeniotis over on the far side of the course, not to be discounted here in the closing strokes. And then we go back to the West Australian Rowing Club and also the Adelaide University and Adelaide Composite Crew. But good Lyle, three. You'd think these three will all go through, but they are fighting, and you can probably see why, to get the preferred lane when it comes to the final as well.
Yeah, you can just about throw a blanket over our first three crews here in the first semi-final of the Under-21 Women's Coxless Pairs. We've got Sophie Robertson and Kate Oliver with the lead at the moment over in lane 3, ahead of Melbourne University's Evelyn Dowell, Romy Cantwell, and then Lola Quinn and Charlotte Broad from Fremantle and Swan River. Just moving up into second place, and then we've got a big finish coming up here from UTS Haberfield over in lane 2. Sarah Fard and Taylor Kerpinotis really starting to put the foot down. Have they got enough left? We're into the final 150 metres or so. It's still Tasmania University in the lead in lane 3. Second place at the moment, the Fremantle Composite in lane 5, Melbourne University in lane 4, and then UTS Haberfield. Have they spent all their tickets early? Have they got enough to make it up in the last 75 metres? Tasmania University, Sophie Robertson and Kate Oliver, boat length lead ahead of the Fremantle Swan River Composite in second. It will be Tasmania University with the win, Fremantle Composite in second. Third place will go to Melbourne University's Evelyn Dowell and Romy Cantwell. UTS Haberfield just a little bit too much to make up in the end there to try and get into the final qualification position for the A final. And then we have West Australian Rowing Club in 5th and Adelaide University Adelaide in 6th. So a good finish there. Tasmania University, Sophie Robertson and Kate Oliver with the win going through to the A final. Joining in the A final will be the Fremantle Swan River Composite of Lola Quinn and Charlotte Broad, and then Melbourne University's Evelyn Dowell and Romy Cantwell. Going through to the B final will be UTS Haberfield's Sarah Fard and Taylor Kerpinotis, the West Australian Rowing Club crew of Holly Cannon and Aquila Ambrosino, and then the Adelaide University Adelaide Composite of Grace Seppelt and Claire Romaniak.
Yeah, the Melbourne Uni crew just looked to have a few steering issues late in that race. They finished very close to the boys on their bow side, but recovered well and hung on to third place ahead of that fast finish from UTS Haberfield.
Moving on to race number 235. It's the second semi-final again, first, second and third, going through to the A final, with the rest going through to the B final. In lane 2 from Sydney Rowing Club and also the ACT Academy of Sport and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Isabella Scammell and Caitlin McManus-Barrett. They're coached by Lachlan Carter, Donovan Seck and Dave Romano. In lane 3 from the University of Queensland, Nancy Duncan-Banks and Lucy Hope, coached by Gus Rodero. In lane 4 from Melbourne University, Zara Lavery and Katerina Bitsios, coached by Mitchell Nelson and Edward Fuller. In lane 5 from University of Queensland, Izzy Drew and Ellie Reddy, coached by Gus Rodero. In lane 6 from Mercantile, Hannah Magasanic and Olivia Sargent, coached by Michael McKay and Samuel Fennessy. And in lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club, Eliza Dunlop and Freya Neville, coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Seck.
And continuing to extend their lead is the Sydney Rowing Club combination over on lane 2. Although obviously also an ACT connection to here, I think, Stuart. Isabella Scammell and Caitlin McManus-Barrett there in the boat as the Sydney Rowing Club, and they've extended out to 8 seconds their lead over University of Queensland, Duncan Banks and Hope in second place.
Yeah, we've seen Caitlin McManus-Barrett down in a couple of ACT regattas, working with Dave Romano at the ACT Academy of Sport.
So another one that so doing a very good job, that combination there over in lane 2. Scammell and McManus-Barrett from Duncan Banks and Hope, the top 2. And also across in lane 4, the other University of Queensland combination, Izzy Drew and Ellie Reedy. So it looks like the two UQ combinations probably fighting out second and third, both at this stage to go through, ahead of Zara Lavery and Katerina Bitsios of Melbourne University. And Mercantile still there, lane 6 as well, Hannah Magasanic and Olivia Sargent. So Some good racing here for, you'd think, the final qualifying spot at least, with Sydney in front and University of Queensland then lane 3, maybe narrowly second.
Yeah, so Sydney Rowing Club with the lead. They're into the last 150 metres. The two University of Queensland crews are sitting in second and third, but there's a big challenge coming here from Mercantile over in lane 6 to try and pinch that final qualification position for the A final. Then back a little bit further to Melbourne University in lane 4, and then Sydney Rowing Club in lane 7. And
Two crews in the same lane here. Mercantile, I think, have come one lane across, but it's still a chance of taking third spot after all that.
Yeah, so Sydney Rowing Club in lane 2, Isabella Scammell and Caitlin McManus Barrett. They've got only a few strokes to go. They'll go through and take the win in semi-final 2 of the under-21 women's coxless pairs. Second place will go to the University of Queensland in lane 3. Now, the battle for third place, we've got Mercantile, who've actually come over the top and finished cross the line in third place, ahead of the University of Queensland in lane 5. So we'll wait for final confirmation on that one. Melbourne University in 5th, and then Sydney Rowing Club in lane 7 in 6th. There did look to be some big steering issues going on there.
A couple of crews there zigzagging late. Certainly one of the University of Queensland crews too. Mercantile, without doubt, have crossed an entire lane from lane 6 in lane 7. Didn't appear to impede any crews in doing so. So we'll wait on the umpires there, but they were certainly the third crew across the line.
Yeah, they've had the flag up from the following boat. So it does look, it's definitely Isabella Scammell and Caitlin McManus Barrett from Sydney Rowing Club with the win and going through to the A final. The University of Queensland's Nancy Duncan Banks and Lucy Hope will go through in second place. And then third across the line was Mercantile's Hannah Magasanik and Olivia Sargent, just finishing ahead of the University of Queensland's Izzy Drew and Ellie Reddy. So
it's a good effort from Mercantile if that result stands, because they rode a bit more than 2,000 metres and still finished in third place.
Just that little bit extra, but there's always nice to get a bit extra on top.
Make the most of your visits to the National Championship, that's for sure. So that race complete, 8:17.06 was the time there in the end. No, that was the previous race. 8:13.55, the corrected time for that race, compared to 8:17.06 for the first of the two semi-finals. So we have our qualifiers, we believe, in the two semi-finals of the under-21 women's coxless pair. And we do have a slight pause in racing here until 10 o'clock, so 4 or 5 minutes till the next race is underway. The two semi-finals of the under-21 men's coxless pair are not required, so races 236 and 237 removed from the program. That race is a final that will take place tomorrow, and we now await the first semi-final of the under-23 women's single scull, which will commence in about 4 minutes' time. Croker Oars has crafted premium stillwater rowing oars for more than 5 decades. No other oar spells quality, craftsmanship and reliability like a Croker oar. Innovation is a big part of the Croker Oars story, always searching for new and improved technology so rowers can perform at their absolute best. Visit the Croker Oars tent for oars, rowing parts, NK products, frog lights and advice on all things rowing. Every stroke counts, so when you think of rowing, think Croker Oars. Racing to resume shortly here, Stuart, with the two semis of the under-23 women's single scull. I'll leave you for the next hour or so. Chris McCarthy to join you shortly in commentary as racing is soon to get underway.
Yeah, just waiting for the start of race number 238, the under-23 women's single sculls first semi-final. Our thanks to Richard Dorstein for his commentary. Isn't anything this man won't do for a bright orange shirt. Semi-final 1 of the under-23 women's single sculls. First, second and third through to the A final, with the rest going through to the B final. In lane 2 from Sydney University, Emily Shepherd, coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. In lane 3 from UTS Haberfield and the New South Wales Academy of Sport, Laura Gawley, coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field. In lane 4 from the West Australian Rowing Club and the West Australian Institute of Sport, Jolie Patterson, coached by Jamie Hewlett. In lane 5 from Swan River, Leah Franklin, coached by Mark Beer and Neville Kempton. In lane 6 from Mercantile, Louisa Bongrain, coached by Michael McKay and Alistair Matthews. And in lane 7 from Swan River, Georgia Hughes, coached by Mark Beer and Neville Kempton. As we welcome Chris McCarthy to the studio. Chris, welcome in. A little bit breezy outside.
Thanks, Stuart. Yeah, it is. It's great to be back here this morning in some possibly more trying conditions than we had yesterday. I think we got very lucky the first couple of days of racing with some pretty, I dare say, uncharacteristically calm conditions Monday and Tuesday, and a little bit more trying today for our semi-finals.
Yeah, look, and it is going to make it interesting, although we have managed to get the juniors out of the way early. So we now, as the conditions worsen, we are getting up towards the open events for the single sculls, for the pairs, before we head on to the double sculls, which is just a little bit easier in the trying conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. Although I wouldn't want to be, as we saw in the under-21 women's pair previously, I wouldn't want to be steering a pair in this cross breeze. Some interesting courses being taken. People, as Richard said, making the most of their trip to the national championships this week by getting a few extra metres in on the course.
Look, and again, why wouldn't you? Get out. Get out. You know, it's a nice day. The sun is out. There's barely a cloud in the sky.
It's not hot.
No, it's quite comfortable out there at the moment. A little bit fresh in the mornings. But we are underway in the under-23 women's single sculls. First, second and third to go through to the final. This is the under-23s. First, second, and third through to the A final, with the rest going through to the B final. So our favourites will be over in lanes 2, 3 and 4. Sydney University's Emily Shepherd, UTS Haberfield's Laura Gawley, and West Australian Rowing Club's Jolie Patterson. But we have seen all morning there have been qualifiers for the A finals, lanes 4, 5 and 6. So definitely not out of... You've still got to row well.
Yeah, absolutely. That is very interesting, given at the moment the leading crews, or the favoured crews, are in the far side, those protected lanes this morning. So we would presumably be looking at Emily Shepherd, Laura Goulet and Jolie Patterson for those top 3 qualifying spots. But even just out of the start, we can see that's not the case. It looks like the sculler in lane number 5, Leah Franklin from Swan River, who we've seen at many national championships before, performing pretty well in the first 500 metres of this first semi-final of the under-23 women's single scull.
And the footage that you got on the screen, you can really see that wind blowing the water across. So it does make it that little bit trickier for the rowers. We've mentioned before about trying to make sure that you're not, number one, trying to line it up straight at the boat holders is interesting, I guess is probably the nicest way of putting it. And then making sure that you've got that really good line going through as well. So we saw that in the last race with the Mercantile crew over in lane 3, and just waiting on confirmation of that result as well. But we're underway in the first semi-final of the women's under-23 single sculls. We've got another semi-final on after this one before we move on to the under-23 men's single sculls. Only 2 semi-finals in that one, so keeping all our pedants happy with only 2 semi-finals rather than 3.
And as sort of predicted and expected, I suppose, we do have a pretty clear leader at the first 500 metre mark of the race. Through that first timing point, it was Laura Goulet of UTS Haberfield in the lead by, our timing points indicating just over a second, but it does look to be about 2 boat lengths there at the 500 metre mark from Leah Franklin of the West Australian Rowing Club, supported by the WA Institute of Sport in lane number 4. Emily Shepherd of Sydney University in lane 2. Crossing that first timing point in 3rd position, ahead of Jolie Patterson, Louisa Bongrain, and then Georgia Hughes from Swan River rounding out the field. So seeing a rough indication of that left to right starting to unfold. Might see a little bit more impact of that as they reach the protected last few 100 metres of the course. But at the moment, our 3 qualifiers through to the, provisionally 3 qualifiers through to the semi-final would be Laura Goulet, Leah Franklin and Emily Shepherd, UTS, Swan River and Sydney University respectively.
And we're just seeing on the screen at the moment the picture that you've got on there at the moment, you can really see the water starting to flow across. There's no white caps out there at the moment, but it certainly is at the moment.
Don't like those words, at the moment. We don't want to see that, but it may well be the case.
We definitely don't want to see that, but this is, I guess, as you get that little bit older, a little bit stronger, a little bit more experienced, that opportunity to show yourself. I think, you see it's in, say, motor racing, where the great racers, Ayrton Senna, Michael Schumacher, Lewis Hamilton, do really well in the wet. They've got that ability to handle them, not just the flat track bullies.
Exactly. And I'd hazard a guess that Laura Goulet at the front of the field, having trained and spent many hours on the waters of Iron Cove in Sydney, definitely has some experience rowing in not so flat waters. Can be, when it's good, it's really good in Iron Cove, but it's a very crowded stretch of water to train on in the mornings, and when the wind turns, it's definitely a pretty tough one. So drawing on that experience now, as she opens up a fairly commanding lead through the 1,000-metre mark. It's Laura Goulet leading by, I'd say probably 6 or 7 boat lengths. No consideration for her competitors here. Our timing points indicating 9 seconds over Swan River Rowing Club's Leah Franklin. Then back to Emily Shepherd from Sydney University. So 1, 2, 3 unchanged to the second 500-metre mark. Jolie Patterson of Western Australian Rowing Club sitting in 4th, just outside of that A final qualification spot. Louisa Bongrain of Mercantile Rowing Club in 5th. And then we would be looking at Georgia Hughes of Swan River Rowing Club rounding out the field at that halfway point.
Yeah, interestingly, no change from the 500 to the 1,000 in the placings. A little bit of a change, obviously, between Laura Goulet and Leah Franklin in first and second. 9-second lead, and just looking really comfortable at the moment. Not trying to overrate, not trying to do anything fancy. It's just the basics done well.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's really, I think Lizzie was mentioning it yesterday, that in relation to the Tokyo Olympics, that even at the highest level, the basics are still the basics, and especially in conditions that are a little bit more trying, getting the basics right is probably one of the most important things out there on the water today.
Absolutely. So Laura Goulet from UTS Haberfield and the New South Wales Institute of Sport with a commanding lead coming up towards the 1,500-metre mark in the first semi-final of the women's under-23 single sculls. Leah Franklin from Swan River is sitting in second place at the moment, ahead of Sydney University's Emily Shepherd. They're our 1, 2 and 3 to qualify for the A final, with the rest going through to the B final. As things stand, Jolie Patterson from the West Australian Rowing Club and the West Australian Institute of Sport may want to have something to say about that, though, coming into the final 500 metres. Then back a little bit further to Louisa Bongrain from Mercantile Rowing Club and Georgia Hughes from Swan River Rowing Club as well. As they're coming up now towards the 1,500 metre mark, it's still Laura Goulet from UTS Haberfield with the leads. We've got Emily Shepherd from Sydney University and Leah Franklin from Swan River just starting to push a little bit closer together. And then also Jolie Patterson from West Australian Rowing Club. She's not 100 miles behind at the moment, a little bit further back to Louisa Bongrain and Georgia Hughes. So it'll be interesting to see that gap between second and third now down to half a second between Emily Shepherd and Leah Franklin. And again, so important to try and get that good lane in for the A final. Jolie Patterson has just under 7 seconds to make up to try and make it through to the A final tomorrow. Then back again to Louisa Bongrain and Georgia Hughes from Swan River.
Absolutely. So our 3 qualifiers fairly decided. Laura Goulet, Leah Franklin, Emily Shepherd, UTS, Swan River and Sydney University. But Leah Franklin and Emily Shepherd, a really good race here developing in the closing stages of this semi-final. The 2 girls will both progress through at this stage through to the A final. However, their seeding for the lanes is still to be decided. And as we can see out there today, the lanes are making a difference, and it is certainly in their best interest to continue pushing all the way to the line. Laura Goulet just really enjoying things out the front of the field there, maybe taking the rating down a notch or two. Won't be in her best interest to really exert herself at this stage. She's fairly comfortable out in the lead. But Leah Franklin and Emily Shepherd, Swan River's Leah Franklin, Sydney University Boat Club's Emily Shepherd, is currently sitting in 3rd and 4th. But it did look like Leah Franklin just pushing ahead at the 1,500 metre mark and had the momentum with her. Hard to tell at this stage, but we'll get a little bit more indication as the crews approach the last 130 metres of the race. Still Laura Goulet out in front as she enters the red buoys that signify the last 100 metres of the race. Does look like Emily Shepherd of Sydney University making the most of that tussle between the West Australian Leah Franklin on the near side of the course. This stage is looking like Emily Shepherd to come home in second place in this first semi-final in the under-23 women's single scull. Laura Goulet, UTS Haberfield, crossing the line to be our first qualifier through to the A final. Emily Shepherd of Sydney University coming out best in a tussle through the later stages of the race. For second place would be Leah Franklin of the West Australian Rowing Club in third place. Jolie Patterson of Leah Franklin of Swan River, pardon me, in third. Jolie Patterson, West Australian Rowing Club, coached by Jamie Hewlett, will be our first qualifier through to the B final. Louisa Bongrain of Mercantile Rowing Club in fourth place will join her in the B final, and she'll be followed by Swan River's Georgia Hughes.
So confirmation there of our results in semi-final number 1 of the women's under-23 single sculls. First to UTS Haberfield's Laura Goulet, second to Emily Shepherd from Sydney University, third to Leah Franklin from Swan River. Those three ladies going through to the A final. Qualifying for the B final will be West Australian Rowing Club's Jolie Patterson, Mercantile's Louisa Bongrain and Swan River's Georgia Hughes. Moving on then to race number 239. It's the second semi-final of the under-23 women's singles sculls. Again, first, second and third through to the A final. In lane 2 from Mercantile Rowing Club and the Victorian Institute of Sport, Paige Barr, coached by Michael McKay. In lane 3 from Sydney University, Nikki Greenland, coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. In lane 4 from the University of Queensland, Elizabeth Newell, coached by Gus Rodero. In lane 5 from Sydney University and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Ella Menzines, coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. In lane 6 from Sydney University, India Hobbs, coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. And in lane 7 from the Australian National University, Laura Kelly, coached by Nigel Harding.
And at the 1,000 metre mark, so we've just got these girls approaching the 1,500 metre mark now, but at the 1,000 metre mark, it was Paige Barr of Mercantile, supported by the Victorian Institute of Sport, who was sitting narrowly in the lead ahead of Nicola Greenland from Sydney University Boat Club. Elizabeth Newell of University of Queensland sitting in third place, rounding out our qualifying positions for the A final. Bit of a gap back then to Sydney University Boat Club's Ella Menzines in fourth place. She'll represent our first qualifier to the B final at this stage. India Hobbs, also of Sydney University, in fifth, and Ella Kelly of the Australian National University in sixth place. So Paige Barr, Nicola Greenland and Elizabeth Newell sitting out the head of the field, but those three spots definitely not quite decided just yet. At the 1,000 metre mark, the margins were only less than 3 seconds between first and third place, so a little bit of racing to do yet. As they approach the 1,500 metre mark, it looks like the positions that were in place at the 1,000 metre mark look to have remained in a similar order, just with the margins extending slightly. So Paige Barr of Mercantile ahead of Nicola Greenland of Sydney University and Elizabeth Newell of the University of Queensland in that red boat in third place.
Yeah, it's looking like a 1, 2, 3, lanes 2, 3 and 4, and I think that might just about be certainly the first time that I've seen it as we've been commentating this morning. So Paige Barr from Mercantile and the Victorian Institute of Sport in a 6:23 through the 1,500 metre mark. There's about 4 seconds between her and Nikki Greenland in second place, and then another 4 seconds back to Elizabeth Newell from the University of Queensland. 7 seconds back to Ella Menzines from Sydney University, and then India Hobbs, also from Sydney University, and Laura Kelly from ANU. Another ACT link there, Nikki Greenland, formerly of Radford College and ANU, now moved up to Sydney for university, rowing out of the Sydney University Boat Club.
Yeah, Sydney University with a very strong under-23 women's program. We can just see just in front of us in the numbers in these under-23 events coming up and gone, how many Sydney University names we're seeing, and definitely, particularly on the women's side of things, girls moving from all over the country to row at one of the premier clubs for the under-23 women's program at the moment, especially on the sculling side of things, led there by Alfie Young and supported by Jack Hanley.
So Paige Barr from Mercantile in the lead, looking comfortable to qualify for the A final of the women's under-23 single scull event. Nikki Greenland from Sydney University sitting in second place ahead of Elizabeth Newell from the University of Queensland in third. Then back to fourth, the Sydney University and Swiss Sculler Ella Menzines, and then to India Hobbs from Sydney University and ANU's Laura Kelly just pushing up. So we are actually getting this 2 through 7. Sitting 1 through 6.
Yep, exactly.
It's a commentator's delight. It makes it nice and
exactly,
easy.
really easy to call.
And it's about a boat length between, or a bit over a boat length between each of our rowers. But Paige Barr from Mercantile in the lead at the moment, looking quite comfortable, not spending too much fuel. She's got a nice, comfortable lead, about a couple of boat lengths ahead of Nikki Greenland from Sydney University, who's just upping the rate a little bit towards the finish. But it will be a win and qualification for the A final for Mercantile's Paige Barr. Also going through to the A final will be Nikki Greenland from Sydney University, and then Elizabeth Newell from the University of Queensland. Coming through in 4th place and qualifying first for the B final will be Ella Menzines from Sydney University and the New South Wales Academy of Sport, and then India Hobbs from Sydney University and Laura Kelly from ANU. So as per what you would expect from the seedings, Paige Barr with the win, qualifying for the A final, as does Nikki Greenland and Elizabeth Newell, with Ella Menzines, India Hobbs and Laura Kelly going through to the B final of the under-23 women's single sculls. We're underway in the under-23 men's single sculls semi-final number 1. First, second and third through to the A final, with the rest through to the B final. In lane 2 from Griffith University, Surfers Paradise and the Queensland Academy of Sport, it's Cormac Kennedy Leverett. He's coached by Lincoln Handley. In lane 3 from UTS Haberfield and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Marcus Delamata, coached by Alex Field, Hallie Chapman and Elliot Shackcloth Bertonetti. In lane 4 from Corio Bay, Xavier Hall-Sullivan, coached by Lee Hall-Sullivan. In lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Harry Crouch, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 6 from Sydney University, Tom Anderson, coached by Donald McLaughlin and Christopher Holliday. And in lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club, Maximilian Crowe, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney.
I don't think we're going to surprise anyone in the audience here today to say that Cormac Kennedy Leverett is out by a country mile at the 1,000 metre mark, at the 1,500 metre mark rather, leading by just over 10 seconds from UTS Haberfield's Marcus Delamata in lane number 3. Harry Crouch from Sydney Rowing Club, supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport, having a really good race here in lane 4, leading by just over a boat length over Xavier Hall-Sullivan of Corio Bay. Max Crowe from Sydney Rowing Club sitting in 5th place, just narrowly behind Xavier Hall-Sullivan, and then Tom Anderson from Sydney University rounding out the field in 6th place there. So at the 1,500 metre mark, our top 3 are Cormac Kennedy Leverett, Marcus Delamata and Harry Crouch. Those 3 provisionally through to the A final should they hang on in the closing stages of the race. A bit of a gap then back to Xavier Hall-Sullivan in 4th. Only 3-second margin there, just over a boat length in the single scull. So we could see a great race here emerging between Harry Crouch and Xavier Hall-Sullivan. When he wants to go, Harry Crouch will go out very hard at the start, so it would be great to see him with a bit of a battle in the dying stages of this race. No doubt about Cormac Kennedy Leverett sitting out the head of the field, returning here from the University of Washington to reclaim, well, with obviously plans to reclaim yet another national title in the single scull. I think as long as I've been rowing, Cormac Kennedy Leverett's been winning national titles in the single. And Marcus Delamata of UTS Haberfield, a few lengths behind him. Harry Crouch really pushing, really knocking on the door of 2nd place there, but I think Marcus Delamata of UTS Haberfield possibly having done enough in the early stages of the race. For Harry Crouch, it'll all be about holding off the challenge here from Xavier Hall-Sullivan of Corio Bay. He sits about a length in front at this stage and lifting the rating now towards the line. Cormac Kennedy Leverett across the line in 1st place, our first qualifier through to the A final. About 3 or 4 lengths back to Marcus Delamata of UTS Haberfield. Harry Crouch of Sydney Rowing Club, supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport, will be our 3rd qualifier through to the A final. Xavier Hall-Sullivan, fast finishing, but not quite enough to make through to the A final, will progress through to the B final tomorrow. Max Crow of Sydney Rowing Club in 5th place, also through to the B final. A few boat lengths ahead of Tom Anderson of Sydney University Boat Club.
Yeah, good win there for Cormac Kennedy Leverett. And how many times have commentators said that at the national titles? A win for Cormac Kennedy Leverett. Semi-final number 2 of the men's under-23 single sculls. Semi-final number 1, sorry. So confirmation there. Win for Cormac Kennedy Leverett. Joining him in the A final will be Marcus Delamata from UTS Haberfield and Harry Crouch from Sydney Rowing Club. Qualifying for the B final will be Xavier Hall-Sullivan from Corio Bay, Tom Anderson from Sydney University and Maximilian Crowe from Sydney Rowing Club. Moving on to race number 241, it's the semi-final 2 of the men's under-23 single sculls. Again, first, second and third through to the A final, with the rest going through to the B final. In lane 2 from the West Australian Rowing Club and the West Australian Institute of Sport, Alex Rossi, coached by Jamie Hewlett. In lane 3 from Melbourne University, Lucas Matic, coached by Matthew Ryan. In lanes 4 from Commercial Rowing Club, Sam Green, coached by Charles Green. In lane 5 from UTS Haberfield, Alexander Wood, coached by Alex Field, Hallie Chapman and Elliot Shackloth Bertonetti. In lane 6 from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Mitch Blackmore Cram, coached by Ross Tong and Robin Mackney. And in lane 7 from Melbourne University, James Gardner, coached by Matthew Ryan.
And a little bit of a tighter race unfolding to what we've seen over the last couple of races, and certainly not quite in lane order, but relatively close. So at the 1,000-metre mark, it was Alex Rossi of the West Australian Rowing Club, supported by the WA Institute of Sport, who was leading the field in this second semi-final, just 0.33 of a second over Lucas Matic of Melbourne University Boat Club. Alexander Wood then just 3 seconds back, Alexander from UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, and he led Sam Green of Commercial by just over a second. So a good fight unfolding for our the important third and final qualifying spot here in the second semi-final, the under-23 men's single scull. Mitch Blackmore Cram of Drummoyne sitting in 5th place at this stage, just about 8 seconds back, so a little bit more of a gap back to 5th, and then James Gardner of Melbourne University Boat Club rounding out the field at this stage. So it'll be interesting to see as crews approach the 1,500 metre mark whether those margins have increased or whether we've seen a little bit of a change in the guard. Obviously things very tight at that halfway timing point. It does look though that Alex Rossi from the West Australian Rowing Club has just furthered that lead in the third 500 metres of the race. Not by a whole lot, just half a boat length or so up on Lucas Matic of Melbourne University Boat Club, and then a good gap back to Alexander Wood and Sam Green of UTS and Commercial respectively, who are having a good battle for that final qualifying spot.
So a good battle for first and second, and another good one for third and fourth. There's 0.2 of a second between Lucas Matic from Melbourne University and Alex Rossi from the West Australian Rowing Club. Then 0.25 of a second between Alexander Wood from UTS Haberfield and Sam Green from Commercial. First, second and third going through to the A final, the rest through to the B final. So Alexander Wood and Sam Green will be looking out over their shoulders at each other, trying to make sure that they're able to get in ahead. Then it's about a 13-second gap between 4th and 5th. Mitch Blackmore Cram currently sitting in 5th place, and then UTS Haberfield's Alexander Wood sitting in 6.3 of a second behind. So it's 3 pairs, so to speak, of crews going down. Battle for first and second, battle for third and fourth, battle for 5th and 6th. First, second and third to go through to the A final. So there is going to be an unlucky loser as they're up to the 1,750 metre mark. There's still nothing to separate Alex Rossi and Lucas Matic.
Yeah, so a tight race in first and second. So those two are almost certain at this stage to progress through to the A final, but we'll definitely be battling out to get those favoured lanes. If the wind picks up any more, that'll be really, really important, even more so than it already is today. And then a good tussle unfolding between Alexander Wood of UTS Haberfield and Sam Green of Commercial. Alexander Wood having led most of the way. It looks like Sam Green of Commercial Rowing Club has pushed through in the last 750 odd metres or so of this semi-final. It looks like Alex Rossi of Western Australian Rowing Club has come out on top in the battle for first and second. He leads by about a boat length as he takes his last strokes into the line. It'll be Alex Rossi of West Australian Rowing Club who will cross the line in first place through to the A final of the under-23 men's single scull, joined across the line in second place by Lucas Matic of Melbourne University Boat Club, Sam Green of Commercial Rowing Club in third place. Those are our qualifiers to the A final. Alexander Wood of UTS Haberfield, just missing out and progressing through to the B final tomorrow. And then a little bit of a gap back to Drummoyne Rowing Club's Mitchell Blackmore Cram in 4th place. Or 5th place, rather. He will be joining them in the B final tomorrow, just ahead of Melbourne University Boat Club's James Gardner.
So confirmation of the results in semi-final number 2 of the men's under-23 single sculls. First place and going through to the A final, Alex Rossi from the West Australian Rowing Club. In second place, Melbourne University's Lucas Matic. In third place and also going through to the A final, Sam Green from Commercial Rowing Club. Going through to the B final, Alexander Wood from UTS Haberfield, Mitch Blackmore Cram from Drummoyne, and James Gardner from Melbourne University. We then have a little bit of a gap in the program. The Open Women's Single Sculls semi-finals have been cancelled, so the next race will be at 10:30 for the first semi-final of the big guns, the Open Men's Single Sculls.
A couple of Olympians to watch out for, so we'll be back here in about 7 minutes' time to bring you the racing there.
We're underway now in race number 244. It's the first semi-final of the big boys. It's the Open Men's Single Sculls. First, second and third through to the A final, with the rest going through to the B final. In lane 2 from Sydney University, Jack Hargraves. In lane 3 from Buckingham, Joseph Wilson. In lane 4 from Sydney University, David Bartolo. In lane 5 from Griffith University, Surfers Paradise, Jackson Free, coached by Marcus Free. In lane 6 from the University of Queensland, Callum Britska, coached by Michael Russell. And in lane 7 from Banks Rowing Club, James Meads, coached by Thomas Kruber and Tony Lee.
Yes, this is set to be an absolutely cracking race. A little bit of a preview, as we were just discussing, for our interstate men's single over the next couple of heats. No direct competitors yet, I don't believe, or 2 direct competitors in this semi-final. David Bartolo in lane 4 from Sydney University Boat Club, and Jackson Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise will represent New South Wales and Queensland respectively on Sunday afternoon. And just noticing there, we may not have just caught it as on our live stream, but David Bartolo having a pretty shocking start there, a bit of a quick start, not quite in line, and just battling with the wind in the first 130 metres or so of the race. But looks to have not phased him too much. Jack Hargraves of Sydney University Boat Club sitting at the head of the field, and David Bartolo, his clubmate there, just joining him ahead of Jackson Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise in the opening stages of the race. Joseph Wilson from Buckingham, who was our other heat winner on Monday. Not out of the picture yet, but does look like our top 3 there. David Bartolo just edging his bow ball in front of Jack Hargraves, the Olympic gold medalist, in lane 2. So David Bartolo out in the lead at the 500 metre mark, just missing some timing to confirm everything there, but looked like Joseph Wilson of Buckingham in lane 3, possibly, or Jackson Free, rather, in second place at that first timing point. Jack Hargraves of Sydney University in third, and James Meads of Banks in fourth. Joseph Wilson of Buckingham in 5th, and Callum Breitz of University of Queensland Boat Club in 6th place at that first timing point.
So still going in the men's open single scull semi-final 1. You'll have to see a good New South Wales versus Queensland battle in anything.
Absolutely. Although I wouldn't be writing off Jack Hargraves to be right in the mix there. He's been performing all week pretty well in the single. He took out heat in pretty fine form on Monday, and according to Strava, clocking some pretty serious bike rides as well during the week. Some pretty impressive average speeds, but I guess that's what you get with an Olympic gold medalist when you chuck him on a bike. And it does look like David Bartolo of Sydney University Boat Club and his clubmate Jack Hargraves on the far side of the course, striding out ahead of the rest of the field in the second 500 metre mark. They've definitely found their rhythm and making a move on the rest of the field to have a nice comfortable race towards qualifying for the A final.
It's always interesting looking at the Strava, a lot of the segments on the bikes around Canberra, because then you recognise all the names
Absolutely.
from the men's NTC sitting at the top of the leaderboard. Sitting at the top of the leaderboard in the semi-final, David Bartolo from Sydney University, 0.3 of a second ahead of Jackson Hargraves. Jackson Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, just dropping a little bit off the pace from the 2 Sydney University scullers in third, and then back a little bit further to Joseph Wilson from Buckingham, James Meads from Banks, and then the University of Queensland's Callum Britska sitting in 6th place at the moment. So David Bartolo and Jack Hargraves, a good little battle out for first place. Jackson Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise sitting in 3rd place and looking good to qualify for the A final for the men's open single scull.
Yeah, so hopefully we're going to see a pretty nice race here in the closing stages as these 2 elite athletes power on and compete for the most favourable lane in tomorrow morning's final of the Open Men's Single Scull. and they're sitting fairly comfortably ahead of the rest of the field right now. So 0.31 of a second the gap between David Bartolo and Jack Hargraves, then 4.8 seconds back to Jackson Free at the 1,000-metre mark. So top two pretty clearly in front. Jackson Free sitting a little bit in no man's land at the moment, margin of almost 7 seconds back to Joseph Wilson of Buckingham. So he'll be having a pretty easy time in the middle there. Probably not too much motivation to push on to try and catch the two leaders, but also not too much of a threat from behind on his A final qualifying position. So Jackson Free probably having a pretty easy time, just conserving a little bit of energy out there in the middle of the course, just trying to keep his course straight in the crosswind. Things easing up a little bit in the closing stages here.
Yeah, as they pass through the 1,500 metre mark, it is Jack Hargraves in lane 2 leading David Bartolo, opening up a 5-second lead between him and second place. Jackson Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, another 6.5 seconds behind him in third place. And then a bit of a gap, just under 8 seconds between third and fourth. James Mead from Banks really starting to fly through in that last little section. Joseph Wilson from Buckingham, about another half second behind James Meads, and then back to Callum Britska from the University of Queensland. Into the last 500 metres, Jack Hargraves from Sydney University laying down a marker for the Open Men's Single Sculls, first, second and third through to the final. David Bartolo from Sydney University, and also representing New South Wales later on in the regatta on Sunday in the President's Cup.
Yeah, and that should be an absolutely cracking race, I believe, between David Bartolo, Jackson Free, and then Caleb Antle, who we'll see in our second semi-final. And those will probably be our, I would imagine, I'll call it now, that'll be our top three. That'll be the podium for the Interstate Men's Single Scull. Maybe depending on the wind a little bit, we could see the wind play a little bit of havoc with the small boats Interstate Regatta, but hopefully we have a nice fair race, and I reckon those will be our top three come Sunday afternoon for the President's Cup.
But it is Jack Hargraves from Sydney University with the lead in heat number 1 of the Open Men's Single Sculls semi-final. He is looking quite comfortable now, just lowering the rate, putting the big pressure on the legs. David Bartolo from Sydney University sitting in second place, and then we're just starting to see a little bit of movement from Joseph Wilson from Buckingham and also James Meads from Banks. For Jackson Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, looking to his left, looking to the right, and noting that he's in third place, won't need to do too much. A win there for Jack Hargraves from Sydney University, qualifying for the A final. David Bartolo, also from Sydney University, coming through in second, and Jackson Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise coming through in third. Those three scullers going through to the A final. First to cross the line for the B final will be Joseph Wilson from Buckingham, Tasmanian Institute of Sport, and then James Meads from Banks Rowing Club, and Callum Britska from the University of Queensland. So Jack Hargraves, David Bartolo, Jackson Free going through to the A final. Jack Hargraves winning with a time of 7 minutes 30.8 seconds, and then Joseph Wilson, James Meads and Callum Britska from the University of Queensland going through to the B final. As we're underway as well in the second semi-final of the Open Men's Single Sculls, again first, second and third through to the A final. From the Australian National University, it is Caleb Antill. From Melbourne University, Tyler Mason, coached by Matthew Ryan. In lane 4 from Mercantile, Joel Kane, coached by Michael McKay. In lane 5 from Sydney University, Alex Purnell. In lane 6 from UTS Haberfield, Paddy Holt. And in lane 7 from Sydney University, Devlin Walsh. He's coached by Christopher Holliday and Thomas Larrick.
Yeah, so a bit of a star-studded field in this second semi-final of the Open Men's Single Scull. We've got Caleb Antill from the Australian National University, supported by the ACT High Performance Program. I suppose not, actually, supported by the National Training Centre. But Caleb Antill sitting out clearly in the front of the field over Alex Purnell from Sydney University Boat Club. Caleb Antill, obviously a Olympic bronze medalist from last year's Tokyo Games in the men's quadruple scull. He's leading the Olympic gold medalist of Alex Purnell, gold medal in the Australian men's coxless 4. He's sitting just in second place at the moment. Paddy Holt from UTS Haberfield in third place, and then a bit of a gap then back to Tyler Mason of Melbourne University Boat Club, Joel Kane of Mercantile, and then Devlin Walsh of Sydney University Boat Club at the rear of the field. So our top 3 qualifiers looking fairly certain at this stage, a bit over a boat length, or possibly about 2 boat lengths between Paddy Holt from UTS Haberfield and Tyler Mason of the Melbourne University Boat Club in lanes 6 and 3 respectively. So Paddy Holt making a good work of it in possibly one of the more difficult lanes on the course, to be sitting up there in the third qualifying spot for tomorrow's A final.
Now we are seeing those winds, Chris, coming up from the south about 31k an hour at 10:30. So really making things a little bit difficult. Once they start to get into those sort of around the 1500 metre mark, we do see a little bit more protection there. So again, we've held off so far on the Whitecaps, but it's not too far away.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I believe it's pretty difficult down in the that first 1,000 metres. Steering will be a huge part of the race. I mean, we saw it in the previous semi-final where the placings were all over the place in the first 500, and some quick starts and some people not quite lined up at the start. Even some of our more experienced scullers possibly letting the wind get the better of them in the opening stages of the race there, but things settling down for sure in the closing 750 metres of the course here at Lake Ngambie.
But at the 1500 metre mark, it is still Caleb Ansell with a 5-second lead over Alex Pennell from Sydney University. Then back another 3 seconds to Paddy Holt from UTS Haberfield. So that's 1, 2 and 3 looking good to go through to the A final tomorrow. Joel Kane from Mercantile and the Victorian Institute of Sport sitting in 4th place at the moment. He's moved up over that third 500 metres ahead of Tyler Mason from Melbourne University and Devlin Walsh from Sydney University. So pretty spread out field. Caleb Ansell from the Australian National University out in the lead going into the final 250 metres. Alex Pennell is starting to put a little bit of juice in as well from Sydney University over there in lane 5. But very much a comfortable row from Caleb Ansell, leading from start to finish. And he's now entering into the final 200 metres or so.
Alex Pennell, being known for his his prowess in both sweep and scull. He is rowing as a sweep athlete at the moment, I believe. I might actually be wrong there, but he has represented Australia in both sweep and sculling, and really putting that prowess on show here this afternoon, or this morning rather, as he challenges Caleb Ansell for a position up on the line. Looks like Caleb's probably done enough early on in the race to maintain that first qualifying spot. It'll be Caleb Ansell, the Australian National University, across the line in first place through the A final of the Open Men's Single Scull. Alex Pennell of Sydney University Boat Club in second. Paddy Holt, UTS Haberfield Rowing Club in third place. It'll then be Joel Kane of Mercantile and the VIS in fourth through to the B final. Tyler Mason of Melbourne University Boat Club in fifth will join him in that B final. And finally, Devlin Walsh of the Sydney University Boat Club rounding out the field and rounding out our B final progressors.
So just confirming the results there in race number 245, the second semi-final of the Open Men's Single Scull. First place, Caleb Ansell from the Australian National University. Second, Sydney University's Alex Pennell. And third, UTS Haberfield's Paddy Holt. Those three scullers going through to the A final with Joel Kane from Mercantile, Tyler Mason from Melbourne University and Devlin Walsh from Sydney University going through to the B final of the Open Men's Single Scull. Underway in the first repechage for the Open Men's Coxless pairs. First and second through to the A final, with the rest going through to the B final. In lane 2 from Sydney University and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Lachlan Miles and Jack O'Brien. In lane 3 from Commercial, Harley Moore and Adam Backer, coached by Michael Mackay. In lane 4 from Mercantile and Sydney Rowing Club, Spencer Turren and Angus Whitcomb. We have a scratching from West Australian Rowing Club and Swan River in lane 5, and then lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club and Mercantile, Alexander Wolf and Alex Nicol, and they're coached by Michael Mackay and Donovan Seck.
Yeah, so a pretty tight race unfolding here through the 1,000 metre mark. At the 1,000 metre mark, it was Spencer Turren of Sydney Rowing Club and Angus Whitcomb of Mercantile Rowing Club, who were out the head of the field by just 1.9 seconds over Harley Moore and Adam Backer. Harley Moore and Adam Backer, both of the Commercial Rowing Club. In third place at that halfway time point was Lachlan Miles and Jack O'Brien of the Sydney University Boat Club, only narrowly there by 0.61 of a second. And then Alex Wolf and Alex Nicol, Alex Wolf of Mercantile Boat Club and Alex Nicol of Sydney Rowing Club, rounding out the field there, but only by just over a second back at that halfway timing point. Only top 2 through to the A final here, as this one is our sole repechage of the morning. for the Open men's coxless pair tomorrow. And no doubt all of these crews will be pretty desperate to get through to the final there. I know Alex Wolf and Alex Nicol definitely knew they had a job to do and a point to prove today, to just missing out on selection for the national team, and really keen to get up amongst it in the A final of the men's pair tomorrow. Looking like they're just outside of those qualifying spots at the moment. It's still Spencer Turren and Angus Moore at the head of the field, alongside Lachlan Miles and Jack O'Brien of Sydney University Boat Club. Looks like those two will possibly be our qualifiers through to tomorrow's A final.
Yeah, so it is Lachlan Miles and Jack O'Brien that are less than a second ahead of Spencer Turren and Angus Whitcomb as they pass through the 1500 metre mark. Then we have Harley Moore and Adam Backer from Commercial Rowing Club up in Queensland, and then the Sydney Mercantile crew of Alexander Wolf and Alex Nicol sitting in 4th place at the moment. So it's 3 seconds between second and third. We have seen that gap bridged earlier in the event. Earlier in this regatta, but are we going to be able to see it at this high a level? Lachlan Miles and Jack O'Brien still with the lead at the moment, ahead of Spencer Turren and Angus Whitcomb, and just starting to open it up a little bit. Harley Moore and Adam Backer from Commercial Rowing Club also just starting to put a little bit of the foot down at the moment to see if they can go through to that second qualifying position for the A final in the Open men's coxless pairs. As they come up in towards the last 250 metres, it is lane 2, Sydney University's Lachlan Miles, Jack O'Brien with the lead. We've got a good battle in for second place. Mercantile and Sydney, Spencer Turren and Angus Whitcomb being put under a lot of pressure from Commercial's Harley Moore and Adam Backer.
They have responded there. They're really lifting the rate. You can see Spencer's having a go at it now as they approach the red boys of the last 100 metres of the race. He won't be content with second place either. They're really pushing on the field now, knocking on the door of Jack O'Brien and Lockie Miles of Sydney University Boat Club. They've done enough early on in the race to maintain the lead. Harley Moore and Adam Backer of Commercial throwing everything at it to make sure that they're in the A final between Harley Moore and Adam Backer of Commercial Rowing Club. Spencer Turren of Sydney, Angus Whitcomb of Mercantile. It's really tight to the line. I'd say that the Sydney Rowing Club and Mercantile combination maybe just had it by a whisker of a bow ball over the Commercial Rowing Club crew. Alex Nicol and Alex Wolf of Sydney and Mercantile crossing the line in 4th there. We'll wait till we get a confirmation of our photo finish here. I'm calling the Sydney Rowing Club, Mercantile Rowing Club combination in lane number 4 for that second qualifying position. No doubt about Sydney University. It's Lockie Miles and Jack O'Brien out at the head of the field though.
That was an amazing finish. We had it where, Spencer Turren, Angus Whitcomb in the lead, sitting in second place for so long in that race. Commercial pushing back hard, just pipping ahead by about a quarter of a boat length with about 50 metres to go, and then Spencer Turren and Angus Whitcomb matching. Have they done enough? We've gone to a photo, and we've it's going to go to a photo because at the moment the unofficial results have it at about 0.01 of a second. So we are going to have to wait for the photo. Who is going to qualify for the A final of the Open men's coxless pairs? What we can tell you is that Lachlan Miles and Jack O'Brien from Sydney University will go through to the A final. Alexander Wolf and Alex Nicol from Sydney and Mercantile Rowing Clubs will go through to the B final. We'll wait on the final confirmation of that because there is not a lot in it. We've just had some updated results come through. These are unofficial, and you have called it there, Chris. It's Spencer Turren and Angus Whitcomb, 0.07 of a second. They are the unofficial results. We'll wait on confirmation of the official results of that in the Open men's coxless pairs. So keep you updated on to what's going on there. Race number 247 is underway though. It is the first semi-final of the under-21 lightweight women's single sculls. First, second and third through to the A final, with the rest through to the B final. In lane 2 from Centenary and the Queensland Academy of Sport, Sophie Malcolm, coached by Michael Obstentlin and Peter Wadsworth. In lane 3 from Swan River, Lola Davies, coached by Mark Beer and Neville Kempton. In lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, Laura Seifer, coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Seck. In lane 5 from Banks Rowing Club, Erica Smith, coached by Jeff Walker and Thomas Krieber. In lane 6 from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Olivia Cook, coached by Lincoln Handley and Anthony Cook. And in lane 7 from Melbourne University, Christina Kamenev, coached by Mitchell Nelson and Edward Fuller. past the 1,000-metre mark of that first semi-final. It is Sophie Malcolm from Centenary with a 1 second lead over Lola Davies from Swan River. Then back a little bit further to Laura Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club, sitting in that final qualifying position for the A final. Then in fourth place, Griffith University Surfers Paradise's Olivia Cook, then Erica Smith from Banks Rowing Club, and Christina Kamenev from Melbourne University. We do have confirmation, Chris, on the official results of the Men's Open Coxless Pairs. It was Spencer Turan and Angus Whitcomb, 0.07 seconds.
Well, I won't gloat too much, because that's the second photo finish out of 2 that I've called correctly this week, and I'll be looking to maintain that record. But yeah, you can never discount Spencer Turan for a good race in a men's pair. I think there was a couple of really good ones at the New South Wales State Championships where he sort of bowed his time a little bit throughout the race, and then came through to give us a little heart stopper on the finish line. So great to see. It'd be great to see those crews in the A final tomorrow for the Ted Bromley Trophy, I believe, tomorrow morning. But yeah, on the course now, that's under 21 lightweight women's single scull. First lightweight event of the morning, I believe. I wasn't actually watching it this morning as I was driving here. But at the 1,000-metre mark, it was Sophie Malcolm from Centenary, supported by the Queensland Academy of Sport, out in a fairly commanding lead. It was just 1 second at the 1,000-metre mark, but it looks like she has extended that one to some degree as she progresses down the course. Another race where we're seeing a fairly we're seeing the order of crews crossing the line fairly close to lane order. So Sophie Malcolm over in the far lane in lane 2, and at the 1,500 metre mark, confirming that she has moved out to quite a large lead, 4.5 seconds there over Lola Davies of Swan River Rowing Club, Laura Cypher of Sydney Rowing Club in 3rd place. Those three looking at our provisional qualifiers through to the A final. A good gap then back to 4th place. We'll just see that come up on the screen there to get the margins there. But those look to be our 3 qualifiers through to the A final at this stage of the race, the 1,500 metre mark.
Yeah, racing 2 3s at the moment. So the first 3 going through to the A final, the rest going through to the B final. And they've split up nicely between the 3 of them. So Olivia Cook from Griffith University Surfers Paradise sitting in 4th place at the moment. She's 16 seconds behind Laura Cypher in 3rd. And then Banks Rowing Club's Erica Smith in 5th place. And then Christina Kamenev from Melbourne University sitting in 6th. So Sophie Malcolm, Lola Davies and Laura Cypher, our 3 rowers that's sitting quite nicely to qualify for the final of the under-21, for the A final of the under-21 lightweight women's single scull event. Sophie Malcolm from Queensland, very distinctive looking boat. It's got the yellow with the red stripe out towards the stern.
Absolutely. It's like a cool boat. That's my first thought. But yeah, definitely making the most of the calm conditions over there in lane 2. It's a hard task for a lightweight athlete, I think, in wind conditions like this, and we're certainly seeing that parity between the sought-after favourable lanes on the far side and the possibly slightly more wind-affected lanes on the northern side of the course. And lightweight weight classification really highlighting the difference there. Obviously, the lighter you are, the more the wind is going to affect you in either direction. Sophie Malcolm making pretty easy work of it there on the far side of the course. Approaches the last few strokes of the race, approaching the 2,000 metre mark to qualify first into the A final for the under-21 lightweight women's single sculls tomorrow. She'll be joined across the line in 2nd place by Lola Davies of the Swan River Rowing Club. Laura Cypher of Sydney Rowing Club, coached there by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Seck. She'll cross the line in 3rd place. Quite a gap back to our B final qualifiers.
Yeah, of those B final qualifiers, Olivia Cook from Griffith University Surfers Paradise out in the lead ahead of Christina Kamenev from Melbourne University and Erica Smith from Banks. So with a couple of big strokes to go, we will see Olivia Cook finishing 4th place, the first of our qualifiers for the B final, ahead of Christina Kamenev from Melbourne University and Erica Smith from Banks Rowing Club. So confirmation of the results from the under-21 lightweight women's single sculls. Sophie Malcolm from Centenary, Lola Davies from Swan River and Laura Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club qualifying for the A final, with Olivia Cook, Christina Kamenev and Erica Smith qualifying for the B final. Underway in the 2nd semi-final as well. So underway, race number 248, the second semi-final of the under-21 lightweight women's single sculls. In lane 2 from Swan River, Rebecca Bolster, coached by Mark Beer and Neville Kempton. In lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club, Liesl Page, coached by Brendan Longman and Donovan Seck. In lane 4 from Adelaide Rowing Club, Sophia Suhanin. In lane 5 from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Olivia Georgopoulos, coached by Lincoln Handley. In lane 6 from Buckingham, Phoebe Teal, coached by Abby Crow. And in lane 7 from the Australian National University, Charlotte Ryan, coached by Nigel Harding.
Another race where the results are becoming quite apparent early on. We have a fairly large gap back between first, second and third at this stage. So leading the race at the 1,000 metre mark was Swan River Rowing Club's Rebecca Bolster. In second place, just a wee 7.5 seconds behind at that halfway timing point, was Olivia Georgopoulos of Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. We'll get a confirmation or an update of these timings as they cross through the 1,500 metre mark as we talk. So it was still Rebecca Bolster at the head of the field. Liesl Page, a little changing of the guard for second place. Liesl Page of Sydney Rowing Club in second position at the 1,500 metre mark, ahead of Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise's Olivia Georgopoulos in third. So just 0.9 of a second between the two of those, and then a decent gap, 5.7 seconds back to Phoebe Teal of Buckingham in fourth place. Sophia Suhin of Adelaide in fifth place at that 1,500 metre timing point.
And then Charlotte Ryan making up the field. Charlotte having a big finish in the repechage yesterday, and it might just taken a little bit out of her for the semi-final today. She also had a couple of double sculls races as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen a few athletes today who have been, or in my mind at least, been favourites to progress through the A-finals, but having seen them race some pretty tough races for lanes and repechages yesterday, that added energy spent and a little bit less time to recover does take its toll, especially when racing against the wind and the cutthroat nature of a semi-final on Wednesdays at the Australian Rowing Championships. But still, no doubt about it that Swan River Rowing Club's Rebecca Bolster, coached there by Mark Beer and Neville Kempton, sitting out at the head of the field. Good battle happening for second place between Liesl Page of Sydney Rowing Club and then Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise's Olivia Georgopoulos, coached there by Lincoln Handley. Liesl Page from Sydney, coached by Brendan Longman and Donovan Seck, as part of the junior program at that club. And really making the most of things. Was sitting in third place all through the race and moving up into second place, securing herself a more favoured lane for tomorrow's final. About a boat length ahead of Olivia Georgopoulos of Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise.
It is Rebecca Bolster from Swan River with the lead coming into the last 75 metres or so, ahead of Liesl Page from Sydney Rowing Club and Olivia Georgopoulos from Griffith University Surfers Paradise. They look to be our three qualifiers for the A final of the women's under-21 lightweight single sculls. Second semi-final, as we just get confirmation as Rebecca Bolster crosses the line for a nice little semi-final win there for her. Liesl Page from Sydney Rowing Club will come through in second, and Olivia Georgopoulos from Griffith University Surfers Paradise in third place. Phoebe Teal from Buckingham will be the first of our qualifiers for the B final, and she'll finish ahead of Sophia Suhanin from Adelaide Rowing Club, and then the ANU's Charlotte Ryan making up the field. So confirmation there, our qualifiers for the A final of the under-21 lightweight women's single sculls: Rebecca Bolster from Swan River, Liesl Page from Sydney Rowing Club, and Olivia Georgopoulos from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, with Phoebe Teal, Sophia Suhanin and Charlotte Ryan going through to the B final.
Now back down on the course now, race 249, the first and only heat, a race for lanes in the open lightweight men's coxless pair. In lane 2 from Banks Rowing Club, Guy Vellick and Sam Oostendorp. In lane 3 from Toowong, Jack Price and Tom Williamson. In lane 4 from UTS Haverfield, James Waldersee and William Clark. In lane 5 from Sydney University Boat Club, Benjamin Bowman and Wyatt Batt. In lane 6 from Barwon, Carl Tomzak and Thomas Hastings. And in lane 7, another second crew from UTS Haverfield, Peter Waldersee and Jack Message. A crew also coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. And some tight racing unfolding here in the lightweight men's coxless pair. So the Toowong combination of Price and Williamson sitting out the head of the field by just over 3 seconds. Banks, Vellick and Oostendorp sitting in second place, just 3 seconds behind them. And then Barwon's Tomzak and Hastings in third place. Bowman and Batt of Sydney University in fourth. It does look like we're possibly just missing our University of Technology Sydney Haverfield crews from the course. I'm only seeing 4 boats out on the course here this morning.
Yeah, and that's denying us a Waldo battle.
Absolutely.
James and Peter.
They combined, they beat me in the open lightweight men's Cox's pair a couple of years ago. And separate, I can imagine that would be definitely a force to reckon with. But as we sort of confirmed yesterday, a non-selection event, the race for lanes is not compulsory. So they are able to still attend the final, although possibly a questionable decision on sacrificing a chance to race for those, literally race for the lanes. Jack Price and Tom Williamson of Toowong Rowing Club, both those gentlemen will be representing in the Penrith Cup on Sunday for Queensland, and they look to be making the most of it out the head of the field at the moment, having a good little battle with the Banks Rowing Club combination of Guy Bellick and Sam Oostendorp on the far side of the course.
Yeah, Peter Wallacey and Jack Message sitting in third place at the moment, ahead of City University's Benjamin Bowman and Wyatt Batt. So it looks like we're missing both the UTS Haberfield crew of James Waldesy, Will Clark, and then Carl Tomzak and Thomas Hastings from Barwon.
I think a few confused faces in the timing huts at one stage, as the Barwon colours and the University of Technology colours relatively similar at a distance, and I think. So it is the two UTS crews that we don't have here. Myself getting confused by the similarity of colours there. So Jack Price and Tom Williamson of Toowong Rowing Club striding ahead in the red boys of the last 100 metres to take out this race for lanes. They'll be seated in the most favourable lane according to the conditions tomorrow. The Barwon combination, Tomzak and Hastings in second place, only just half a boat length behind. Some great racing here in the open lightweight men's Coxless pair. The Banks combination, Guy Bellick and Sam Oostendorp in third place. And then the Sydney University combination of Wyatt Batt and Benjamin Bowman just cruising into the last 100 metres or so now, really taking their time here and really taking their time and conserving their energy for the final tomorrow. They've had a good hit out, and they'll look forward to backing up and competing for a medal tomorrow morning in the open lightweight men's Coxless pair.
Moving on then to race number 250. It's the women's under-17 double sculls. It's the first semi-final. First and second going through to the final, with the rest being eliminated. We do have 3 semi-finals in this one, so every time... 3? 4?
3 semi-finals.
3 semi-finals for this one, so I know every time we say it, Richard breaks out in hives, but... Moving on in lane number 2 from Corowa, Summers Hogan and Anastasia McFarlane, coached by Wesley Canny and Matthew Bell. In lane 3 from Fremantle and Swan River, Greta Spencer and Lila Fevez, coached by Mark Beard, Tom Gatty and Neville Kempton. In lane 4 from Kentish Rowing Club, Lily Barker and Isabel Ritter, coached by Graham Scattergood. In lane 5 from Commercial, Rose Ricks and Abby Wex, coached by David Vandis. In lane 6 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Alex Perry-Dalton and Eliza Lilly, coached by Vance Kahn and Kaz Pipers. And in lane 7 from Asham, Sabrina Koshkar and Lucy Yapsley. They're coached by Susanna McMahon and Thomas Parker.
So as the first semi-final, the women's under-17 double sculls comes down the course, myself and Stuart John will hand over for the next hour or so to the capable hands of Richard Dorstein and Lizzie Chapman.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Stuart. Not sure about capable, but we'll do our best. Lizzie, as they're racing already in the first semi-final of the under-17 women's double scull. The first of hopefully two, but no, it is once again, Lizzie, 3 semi-finals in the under-17, that women's double scull. And the 11 o'clock race is on the course.
And in lane 2, Corowa, Summers Hogan and Anastasia from McFarlane. In lane 3, Fremantle Swan River Composite of Greta Spencer and Lila Fieve. In lane 4, from Kentish, Lily Barker and Isabel Ritter. In lane 5, from Commercial, Rose Ricks and Abby Wex. And in lane 6, Canberra Girls Grammar School, Alex Perry Dalton and Eliza Lilly. And in lane 7, from Ascombe School for Girls, Sabrina Koskar and Lucy Yabsley. So we've already definitely seen Anastasia McFarlane race in the quarter-final of the women's under-17 single earlier on today. Greta Spencer and Lila were in that too, and Isabel Ritter and Lily Barker.
Busy day for many of these girls, because the quarterfinals this morning, the semi-finals still to come this afternoon for those who qualified in that single scull. Now back on the double scull as well. Corowa, a bit of work to do here, but over on the far side, that'd be probably third at the moment. It's Fremantle, Swan River and Kentish, our top 2 crews quite clearly here. It's the red boats of the Kentish club from Tasmania. Barker and Ritter and Spencer and Fieve, the West Australian combination, Fremantle, Swan River, lane 3. So they are clearly the top 2. And in a 3 semi-final progression, is just the first 2 who will move through to the final. So the job in front, certainly, of the Corowa combination, Summers Hogan and Anastasia McFarlane over in lane 2.
Yeah, Greta Spencer and Lila Fieves, who are in the Fremantle composite next to them in lane 3, actually raced each other in the quarter-final this morning. Raced 215 just a couple of hours ago. So
Who won?
Lila came second, so she's through to the semi-final, and Greta just missed out because she came 4th.
All right, they're combining here in the double scull, and I think they're going to book themselves a final berth here as a double scull. Certainly, Greta Spencer of Swan River, Lila Fieve of Fremantle sitting still about only half a length or so ahead of the Kentish combination, Lily Barker and Isabel Ritter, coached by Graham Scattergood. But yeah, a busy day for a number of these girls in the under-17 women's events, with so many entries in the single scull, having to row quarterfinals in the morning. And the last 2 races of the day, the semi-finals of that event. The reason there is a slight gap in the program before those last 2 races is to provide enough recovery time for those girls to race their semi-final, but they're filling their recovery time with another race. And a good finish here too between these 2 double sculls. Fremantle Swan River Composite lane 3, Kentish lane 4, the 2 crews. Corowa in 3rd place, then Commercial, Rose Ricks and Abby Wex would be 4th, ahead of Aisham and Canberra Girls Grammar School. But it's top 2 only through to the final here. Kentish lifting late, and Fremantle Swan River have to do the same now on the closing strokes. Well inside the red boys. They're both going to go through to the final, but lane's certainly important in these conditions, and Kentish are making up ground late. The West Australians just holding on. They've got a canvas, and it will be enough as they hit the line. It is the West Australian composite combination. Fremantle Swan River in 1st place. 2nd goes to the red boat of the Kentish club from northern Tasmania, and then 3rd place over on lane 2 is the Corowa combination, but just the top 2 to go through to the final in this event. 4th will be Commercial, 5th Aisham, and then the crew from Canberra Girls Grammar School.
And Canberra Girls Grammar School just approaching the line, so we'll confirm the results of the semi-final, the first semi-final in the under-17 women's double scull. A win for Greta Spencer of Swan River Rowing Club and Lila Fieves from Fremantle Rowing Club. They're through in first position, and second, Lily Barker and Isabel Ritter in a very fast finish representing Kentish. Those two crews progress through to the final. Third, Corowa, fourth, Commercial, fifth, Ascombe, and sixth, Canberra Girls Grammar are now eliminated from the event. Probably a big sigh of relief from the coaches somewhat, aren't they?
Well, one less race to have to deal with later on, exactly. And just 0.69 of a second there between those two, so two-thirds of a second, a good finish between the West Australians and the Tasmanian combination.
The second semi-final is now in progress in the under-17 women's double scull, race number 251 on our programme. In lane 2, a composite between Loreto College, Marriotteville and Ascombe School of Sophia Miller and Victoria Binns. In lane 3, St Patrick's of Townsville, represented by Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke. In lane 4, Commercial, Milena Wilcox and Bethany Harvest. In lane 5, Radford College, Zara Turner and Zoe Hickey. In lane 6, Trinity Lutheran, Scarlett Wood and Ruby Hodges. And in lane 7, Loreto Marriotteville crew of Emily Lang and Bianca Kohlberg.
So the second semi-final of 3 here, and they're through the 1,000-metre mark, and this is St Patrick's of Townsville there in lane 3. To be confused with St Patrick's of Ballarat, who are always prominent in a lot of the, especially the Cox Fours, but many events throughout the National Championships. But St Pat's Townsville in this race, and a good lead too to Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke. They're on lane 3 ahead of Loreto Marriotteville, Sophia Miller and Victoria Binns from Loreto Marriotteville, and Sophia Miller, in fact, from the Ascham School. So that's a Sydney-Adelaide composite combination there, Lizzie, coached by Tom Doornbos, Thomas Parker and Susanna McMahon.
And it'd be a very handy combination too, looking at how both of those girls have progressed. Sophia Miller is racing here also as her club, Glebe Rowing Club, where she's also coached by Thomas Barker. And Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke. Sarah, of course, was the winner of the repechage yesterday in the under-17 women's single scull and in the quarter-final today. So she's having a great regatta.
Yeah, a lot of these athletes now, just as we said, making multiple trips over the course and winning races all over the place, which is certainly great to see the level of competition here. And at this stage, competing for just 2 spots into the final now of the under-17 women's double scull. So like all of today's semi-finals, the finals will take place on tomorrow morning's program. And presentations of medals, of course, for gold, silver and bronze will follow soon after each of those A finals as well. So through 1,500 metres now in this second semi-final, and the lead continues to grow for St Pat's of Townsville as they went through in 6:10.81 there the time, and 6.3 seconds ahead of the Loreto Marriotteville Ascham School composite crew in second place. Radford College from the ACT, third, Zara Turner and Zoe Hickey, ahead of Commercial from Brisbane, Milena Wilcox and Bethany Harvest. And then it was the remaining 2 crews, Loreto Marriotteville with a second crew in the race, or a complete school crew from Loreto Marriotteville. That's Emily Lang and Bianca Kohlberg, lane 7, and Scarlett Wood and Ruby Hodges of Trinity Lutheran on the Gold Coast. They're in lane 6, but they're outside the qualifying position. So it continues to be St Pat's leading well here for the Townsville School. And an interesting race developing for seconds still here, I think. Loreto and Ascham in 2, being challenged certainly by Radford, lane 5, but a fair bit of ground to make up still for the Radford crew, with now only about 150 metres still to race. Our race leader's about to enter the red boys of the final 100 metres of the course here. Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke from St Pat's in Townsville, where they're coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen Burke. As I think Ray mentioned earlier this morning, there's been some good performances from the Townsville schools and clubs over the course of this regatta already. One of the farthest travels clubs to get here, not quite the distance the West Australians have come to Ngami, but a fair way from Townsville here to Central Victoria, and they're making it worth their while. The combination here from St Pat's, Townsville, Bragg and Burke across to take the win there on lane 3, the second semi-final of the under-17 women's double scull. And it's a comfortable win to them, and a comfortable second in the end also to Loreto Marriotteville and the Ascham School, Sophia Miller and Victoria Binns. So those 2 double sculls are through to the final of the under-17 women's double scull. Third place looks like it will go the way of Radford College there, lane 5. Then Loreto Marriotteville in 7, ahead of Commercial and the green boat then of the Trinity Lutheran School.
Confirming the results then of that second semi-final of the under-17 women's double scull, a win for St Patrick's of Townsville, Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke. Second, Loreto College Marriotteville with Ascombe School, Sophia Miller and Victoria Binns. Those two crews will progress through to the final. Third, Radford College. Fourth, Loreto Marriotteville. Fifth, Commercial and sixth, Trinity Lutheran are now eliminated from the event. Winning time 8 minutes 13.91 seconds provisionally, and the provisional margin 7.92. That compares with 8.26 in the previous semi-final. And we move on to the third and final semi-final. Just still sounds very weird to say that. In lane 2, we have Trinity Lutheran, who are represented by Isabel Clifford and Ali Sims, coached by Eric Rowan. In lane 3, a composite between Ballarat Grammar and Gippsland Grammar of Ella Durand and Alicia Walker. In lane 4, a composite between Roseville College, represented by Hannah Alexander, and Nepean Rowing Club, represented by Olivia Harris, coached by Daniel Waddell and Gonzalo Briones. In lane 5, from Kinross Walleroy School, Olivia Searle with Sophie Lulf, coached by James Perrin. In lane 6, Centenary, Greta Knott and Lucy McFarlane, coached by Michael Opstelton and Peter Wadsworth. And in lane 7, from Rockhampton Grammar, Asher Stewart and Georgia Brennan, coached by Robin Fay, Angus Lillicrap and Caitlin Hockings.
Thanks, Lizzie. Yeah, they're approaching 500 metres now in semi-final 3. That Gippsland Grammar boat, another distinctive green boat there on the far side of the course. I think Ella Durand may have won the opening race of this morning in the single scull as well, in the good row down the outside lane as well, and rowing here with Alicia Walker of Ballarat Grammar. So it's the Ballarat Grammar Gippsland Grammar combination there. Or in fact, it's the Trinity Lutheran College rowing in the green boat. That makes a lot more sense. So Trinity Lutheran lane 2, Isabel Clifford and Ali Sims are our narrow race leaders from Ella Durand of Gippsland Grammar and Alicia Walker of Ballarat Grammar. Just 0.34 of a second. Have a look at those splits there after 500 metres. All zeros on the second side of the ledger, so very close in the opening stages. Exactly right. Trinity Lutheran from Ballarat Grammar, Gippsland Grammar. Nepean Roseville currently a third, but it's anyone's race. You would think at this stage, although a couple of the crews there towards the right-hand side of the screen just dropping a little bit off the pace. But Lizzie, I think you share my view on the use of the word semi-final when it comes to 3 races here, but we haven't yet come up with an alternative word.
No, we have not. I've been consulting Professor Google, and there's some ridiculous meanings of semi-final, but nothing that would help us, I think.
No, and none of us speak enough Latin, it seems, to come up with an appropriate term to use interchangeably. We know we've got quarterfinals. We've had quarterfinals today when there were 4. That made sense. And we've got lots of 2 sets of semi-finals throughout the day. But
third
what
finals.
You call a triple final, a tri-final, yeah, who knows?
Oh, yeah, we're consulting David Yates, the Oracle. Thank you, Razor.
We'll get an answer before the end of the week, hopefully, anyway. But it is a good race in any case, this third semi-final. But certainly those 2 double sculls over towards the far side, locked in a tight battle. It is now probably, as we thought it might be, Ballarat Grammar, Gippsland Grammar moving through to take a narrow advantage ahead of the green boat of the Trinity Lutheran College from the Gold Coast. So Ella Durand and Alicia Walker, a Victorian composite crew, although a few hours apart there, those 2 schools, Ballarat Grammar and Gippsland Grammar, on sort of opposite sides of Victoria, but they lead it by just over a length now from Trinity Lutheran on the Gold Coast, Isabel Clifford and Ali Sims, and third would be a New South Wales composite crew, Hannah Alexander from Roseville College and Olivia Harris of the Nepean Rowing Club at Penrith. They're coached by Daniel Waddell and Gonzalo Briones. through halfway. You can see that the Victorian double have extended their lead out to basically a full length there, 2.9 seconds ahead of Trinity Lutheran, then just under 2 seconds back to Nepean and Roseville. Centenary sit fourth, the next of the Queensland combinations, who are fourth and fifth. In fact, Centenary fourth, the crew of Greta Knott and Lucy McFarland, Rockhampton Grammar fifth, Asher Stewart and Georgia Brennan, and Kinross Walleroy in sixth place, Olivia Searle and Sophie Lure. None of these names pretty familiar to Lizzie, I think, from those quarterfinals earlier today.
That's right. I can't help but wonder if Kinross Walleroy's crew is slightly younger, because we've certainly seen, I think there's Lucy Searle racing here. Don't know that there's another Luelf, but I love with Kinross Walleroy, you see the family names come through. Yeah.
Someone's appearing again and again and again. Yeah, exactly.
Now, you mentioned Gonzalo Briones before. Of course, came over here from Spain after he met his wife Zita Vanderwall, and they got married, and they've got 2 young sons. Gonzalo heads up that Roseville College program, and I'd just like to give a shout out to him because he is my fellow broken right wrist.
He had an issue with the GMT as well, or was it a different story?
Maybe a different story. Okay. No, same story. Falling over on
Sangria. Fight over a sangria, maybe.
Sangria. Maybe we should share a sangria and a gin and tonic together, Gonzalo. There we go, with our good left wrists.
Exactly. You've got 2 hands for a reason. It might help with the pain as well. But you're doing a sterling job to keep writing with your right hand too here.
I've gradually got used to it. I'm finding the angle of the pen is important, yeah. But very lucky, great physio. Aren't we one? We're so lucky in rowing. We actually use physios a lot, and that way we come across really great physios.
The good ones,
and I'm absolutely so impressed with the person I've been to. So yeah, it's great. So yeah, guys, if you get injured, make sure you seek some help.
Exactly.
Recover quickly. Don't let that injury linger.
No, very true. And avoid gin and tonics, generally speaking, is probably sound advice as well. But it is a good race for second coming up here. The Victorian composite combination look to have extended their lead out now to 4.67 seconds it is. So Ballarat Grammar, Gippsland Grammar very, very comfortably clear here in that white boat. But the battle for second really hotting up. So Trinity Lutheran led early. They were first through the 500 metre mark. But now looking like they're back in third place. Nepean Roseville had moved up into a narrow second, just 0.58 of a second ahead of Trinity Lutheran. Then over on the far side of the course. And then behind them, quite a gap back to the rest of the field. Centenary, Rockhampton Grammar School, and also Kinross Walleroy, the remaining 3 crews. But first 2 only through to the A final here. The only final is not no exhaustive finals in the under-17 women's double scull. So it's just 2 finalists to be decided. One you would think will be Ballarat Grammar and Gippsland Grammar, Ella Garand and Alicia Walker. But Trinity Lutheran fighting back now. The green boat is moving well there down the far side of the course, and they are without doubt fighting with everything they've got to try and maintain second ahead of Nepean and Roseville College. So Hannah Alexander and Olivia Harris in the centre of the course. Isabel Clifford and Ali Sims on the far side, I reckon, have got their boat back into second place now as they fight for the final qualifying spot. It's going to be Ella Garand and Alicia Walker of Ballarat and Gippsland Grammar who take this out by a little over a length. Trinity Lutheran looking good for second place now with a couple of strokes to go. It's lane 3 who get the win. Ballarat Grammar, Gippsland Grammar in first place. Trinity Lutheran do take second by about 2/3 of a length. Third place then goes to the Nepean Roseville Composite crew, who was certainly brave in the middle of the race, pushed up narrowly into second with 500 to go, but couldn't quite stay there at the business end of the race. Centenary finished 4th, then Rockhampton Grammar School, and also the crew from Kinross Walleroy.
Confirming the results of the third and final semi-final of the Under-17 Women's Double Scull. A win for Ballarat Grammar and Gippsland Grammar, Gerrand and Walker. Second, Clifford and Sims from Trinity Lutheran. Those two crews progressed through to the final. And now eliminated from the event are the Nepean Roseville College Composite, who placed third, Centenary, who were fourth, Rockhampton Grammar, who were fifth, and Kinross Walleroy, who were sixth. Provisional winning time 8 minutes 29.4 seconds, the margin 3.42. The Under-17 Men's Double Scull semi-final is in progress. In lane 2, representing Nudgee College, Ronan May and Max Strickland. In lane 3, from Newcastle Grammar and Mossman Rowing Clubs, Lachlan Fraser and Caelan Routley. In lane 4, Centenary, Cameron Dugdale and Charlie McBride. In lane 5, from Kinross Walleroy, Oscar Cleary and Oliver Smith. And in lane 6, from Kinross Walleroy School, Nicholas Tancred and Tom Day. And in lane 7, from Radford College in Canberra, Finlay Robinson and Hamish McKee.
Lizzie, if Ben Homer was here now, he'd be getting very excited. There's a Newcastle crew in this
Would.
race, and they are well out in front. Hello to Ben. If you are watching us back up in Newcastle, we are missing your company and your enthusiasm this week, although we are having more sandwiches to share amongst ourselves at lunchtime, it must be said. But the Newcastle Grammar combination here of Lachlan Fraser, well, it's actually Lachlan Fraser of Mossman after all that, along with Caelan Routley of Newcastle Grammar, so half Newcastle, half Sydney, coached by Amos Noon and Judith Ungemark, leading this race quite comfortably by over 5 seconds it was at halfway from another regional New South Wales combination, Kinross Walleroy, with two crews in the race. It's a lane 5 combination, Oscar Cleary and Oliver Smith, who sit in second place. And Lizzie, we're going to have to get used to it. This is 3 semi-finals once again. So top 2 to go through to the final here, and it's looking increasingly likely to be Lachlan Fraser and Caelan Routley, who will be one of those crews, and then Kinross and also Nudgee College over in lane 2, who were in fact second at the halfway mark of the race, now look to be back into third. That's Ronan May and Max Strickland from Nudgee College. That's a very strong rowing program up in Brisbane. And again, the always distinctive dark blue boat. They're over on the far side of the course against the light blue of Kinross Walleroy. That seems to be where the interest lies in this race. The battle for second and third, and the last of the qualifying spots. And look at Kinross lift as they realise the danger from Nudgee College lurking in the shadows on the far side of the course. But it certainly is Lachlan Fraser of Mossman and Caelan Routley of Newcastle Grammar clear by 50 or 60 metres here, so a big win coming up to the Newcastle Grammar Composite crew. They're the first crew through to the final of the Under-17 Men's Double Scull, and Kinross Walleroy have responded as they needed to do to the challenge from Nudgee College, and they will take out second spot there. That is the lane 5 combination from Kinross, Oscar Cleary and Oliver Smith. Third goes to Nudgee, Ronan May and Max Strickland. Fourth, Centenary, Cameron Dugdale and Charlie McBride. And then the next crew from Kinross, Nicholas Tancred and Tom Day, ahead of Radford College, Finlay Robinson and Hamish McKee.
Just confirming the progression then from the first semi-final of the Under-17 Men's Double Scull. Newcastle Grammar and Mossman Rowing Clubs, Lachlan Fraser and Caelan Routley will proceed through to the A final. And second placed Kinross Walleroy crew of Oscar Cleary and Oliver Smith, coached by Benjamin Watt, will join them. Eliminated from the event now, placed third Nudgee College, May and Strickland, fourth Centenary, Dugdale and McBride, fifth Kinross Walleroy, Tancred and Day, sixth Radford College, Robinson and McKee. The provisional winning time 7 minutes 34.06 seconds, the margin 11.51, quite a way in the end.
Yeah, substantial margin there in that semi-final, especially with just two crews to go through. So Newcastle Grammar and Mossman, a convincing win there. We will check the times, how they compare to the next couple of semis out of interest, even though we all know that times mean nothing in rowing, but we'll pay attention to them regardless, because we've got a lot of time to fill here as well.
So
the next race underway.
Semi-final 2 is underway, and in lane 2 we've got Cathedral Townsville. The crew is Henry Chin and Darcy Hock, and they're coached by Kimberly Brown. We have St Augustine's School from New South Wales in lane 3, Tom McGee and Oscar St Pierre, coached by Bjarni Ungemark. In lane 4, Wendouree Ballarat, represented by Flynn Rivett and Angus Murfitt, with their coach Sam Hutchison. In lane 5, a composite of Tom McMahon from Oxenford, with Matthew Leskew from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, coached by Duncan Free. In lane 6, another crew from Cathedral Townsville School, Charlie Patrick and Nathan Whitehead, also coached by Kimberly Brown. And in lane 7, a crew from Centenary in Queensland, Angus Proctor and Matthew Burgess, who are coached by Michael Swainston and Peter Hayes.
Thanks, Lizzie. And yeah, this race is playing out similarly to the previous one, with a crew in lane 3 out to a very substantial lead. And through 1,500 metres now go the St Augustine's combination, Tom McGee and Oscar St Pierre. And their lead, again, would be looking like 8 or 9 or 12 seconds now. In fact, it is after 1,500 metres. So they may outdo what Newcastle Grammar Composite did in the previous semi-final. And behind them, the race for second is a little bit more interesting, but still Cathedral Townsville there in second place. Henry Chin and Darcy Hock would lead Centenary, who are in third place. Across in lane 7, the Centenary crew. Also Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Wendouree Ballarat and Cathedral Townsville, as they're all through 1,500 metres now. I think the third place crew actually is the Griffith University Surfers Paradise and Oxenford composite combination there. Tom McMahon and Matthew Leskew, coached by Duncan Free. They'd be sitting in third, narrowly ahead of Wendouree Ballarat. Then it is Centenary along with Cathedral Townsville, but that's the battle in any case for third place, with just 2 to go through here. So we'll see if Cathedral Townsville can hold on there on the far side of the course. It's a big win already, you'd think, coming up to St Augustine's here. They're well clear, Tom McGee and Oscar St Pierre. And behind them, it's a race in 3. Still Cathedral Townsville best placed over in lane 2. It is Centenary ahead of Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. Oxenford narrowly there in the race for third between those two South East Queensland based crews, but it does look to be a race for third, with the North Queenslanders from Cathedral in second place and the crew from Sydney, St Augustine's of Sydney, Tom McGee and Oscar St Pierre. I think they are going to outdo the winning margin of the previous races. They come across here in first place. A big win to St Augustine's in the second semi of the under-17 men's double scull. And Cathedral Townsville over in lane 2 will hold on to second position. They're both through to the A final. These two Queensland crews racing for third. It won't help them to progress further, but there's some inter-club pride on the line here, I think, and it will be lane 5, I think, narrowly getting up there. Griffith University Surfers Paradise and Oxenford composite crew, Tom McMahon and Matthew Leskew finished third. Fourth goes to Centenary. Fifth, then Wendouree Ballarat, and sixth will be the second crew from Cathedral Townsville. So plenty of Queensland crews there in that race, but the winners from St Augustine's of Sydney.
They did a very similar time to the previous heat, 7 minutes 34, but you were quite right, the margin was greater than the previous race. 16.49 seconds win over Cathedral Townsville. So that's confirming the progression from the semi-final number 2 of the under-17 men's double scull. Tom McGee and Oscar St Pierre from St Augustine's, New South Wales win, and second Cathedral Townsville, Henry Chin and Darcy Hock. They progress through to the final, and eliminated now from the event are Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise Oxenford crew of McMahon and Leskew. In fourth, Centenary's Proctor and Burgess. In fifth, Wendouree Ballarat, Rivett and Murfitt. And in sixth place, the Cathedral Townsville crew of Patrick and Whitehead. And we move now to the third semi-final in the under-17 men's double scull. In lane 2, from Northern Beaches Secondary, Dion Hansen and Oscar Skeel Gamborg. In lane 3, from Gippsland Grammar, Evan Lewis and Thomas Gillam. In lane 4 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Harry Coddington and Kobe Reeves. In lane 5 from Nudgee College, George Coury and Will Enders. In lane 6 from the Christian Brothers College and St Augustine's College, Joel Cunningham and Cooper Hoskin. And that is St Augustine's College in New South Wales. And in lane 7, Hunter Valley Grammar Schools, Max Blatchley and Hayden Williamson. So another wide geographical composite there.
Yeah, there's some interesting combinations in some of these double scull, and the bigger boat race. Obviously, the coach is working to fit certain athletes together in a combination they think will work. And
Yeah, and interesting because it's under 17, so that's often done with the under 19s, where you're really seeking to find a combination that might go to the World Championships to represent. But this is probably a really good strategy. Certainly, the Ungermark family, very experienced in junior rowing and always keeping an eye out for talent coming through. So it'll be interesting to see how this composite does.
We'd have to assume they may not have trained together too
True.
much before this regatta, being
True.
based in Adelaide and Sydney.
And so very tricky conditions to come and race in.
Yeah, no, it certainly is a little bit windy outside. I did step out briefly before when I was off air just to see what it was like and rapidly returned to the safety of the finish tower. It is much nicer in here than it is outside, it must be said. But still, the racing able to continue uninterrupted, and it is still the Northern Beaches Secondary School. I think they're over in lane 2, continue to be our race leaders, Lizzie. That's Dion Hansen and Oscar Shield-Gamble from the school. I helpfully asked, I think, Stuart yesterday where the Northern Beaches Secondary was located. He told me on the Northern Beaches of Sydney.
Oh,
so
that was
the name
helpful.
is very original, but have you got any more light to shed on that one?
My understanding is, and I probably need to check with the leader of the programme, Kieran Kabelke, but my understanding is it's not just one school or college, it's a collegiate framework, so there's more than one. Kieran set up a great program there. Kieran, who himself was a very talented young athlete. I remember coaching him at the New South Wales Institute of Sport Talent Program years ago. And obviously on the national team as a senior sculler and a wonderful coach. And he's also brought together a great team of coaches, and Isaac Shepherd certainly has been doing very well. We've seen his name up there coaching a number of crews, and this one, Dion Hansen and Oscar Shield-Gamborg, looking very strong indeed as they come into the closing reaches of the race.
Does explain the originality of their name, so it may well be a collection of secondary schools from the Northern Beaches of Sydney racing together. Makes perfect sense, and they're well clear here. The interest in the race for second place, Nudgee College, certainly a well-known school from the northern suburbs of Brisbane, and they are very close now alongside the second of the Northern Beaches secondary combination there in fact, no, it's Gippsland Grammar there, fighting for second place alongside Nudgee. They've steered a bit into each other's lanes there, but certainly Northern Beaches Secondary Lane 2 will take out the win here. That's Dion Hansen and Oscar Shield-Gamborg. They get the win, and Nudgee just doing enough here to take out the second and final qualifying spot there. They are the Lane 5 crew, Nudgee, possibly finishing in Lane 4, but again, not impeding the progress of any other crew in doing so. So they'll move through to the final, narrowly ahead of Gippsland Grammar there. Evan Lewis and Thomas Gillam just missing out in third place. And then it's Lane 6 next, the Christian Brothers St Augustine's composite crew. Then Northern Beaches Secondary again on Lane 4. And the crew closest to the Judges Tower is Hunter Valley Grammar. So again, you can see there from where they finished, Lizzie, the steering is challenging for these younger double sculls on the course.
It is a bit interesting because they seem to be veering into the wind rather than away from it. So anyway, there we go. They
Possibly
reached.
some slight overcorrecting going on there as well, I
Quite
think.
possibly. But well done to them. Safely navigated down the course to complete the third semi-final of the under-17 men's double scull, confirming the progression. The winners, Northern Beaches Secondary, Dion Hansen and Oscar Shield-Gamborg. Second, Nudgee College, George Coury and Will Enders. They progress through to the A final. And eliminated from the event now are Gippsland Grammar's Lewis and Gillam, who placed third, Christian Brothers and St Augustine's College, who placed fourth, that was Cunningham and Hoskin. In fifth, Northern Beaches Secondary, Coddington and Reeves, and in sixth, Hunter Valley Grammar Schools, Blatchley and Williamson. The winning time for the Hansen-Gamborg crew is 7 minutes 40.23, and the margin over Nudgee was 9.68.
So another big win there, but not as big as that was actually the smallest margin of the three semis, would you believe, only just under 10 seconds. But so some convincing winners there in those three semi-finals, which is a little bit unusual, and a slightly slower time there as well for the winning crew from Northern Beaches Secondary.
So continuing our trend of having 3 semi-finals, we now have 3 semi-finals in the under-19 women's double scull. In lane 2 of the first of these, we have Alexandra O'Brien from Loreto Normanhurst and Elizabeth Holthour from Redlands. In lane 3, Loreto Kirribilli's Lauren Moran and Alyssa Fickers. In lane 4 from Cathedral Townsville, Abigail Scott and Scarlett Woodbury. In lane 5 from North Esk, Emily Hepburn and Morgan Brown. In lane 6 from Mersey in Tasmania, Ella Spalding and Catherine Greenhill. And in lane 7 from Albert Park College, Tish Speed and Eva Levashova, coached by Virginia Lee.
And it is the Sydney crews on the southern side of the course who are doing best at this stage. Again, it's like the more we talk about it, Lizzie, the more they put these 3 semi-final events on the program just to give us something to complain about, I think. But in any case, the good news is the next set of races only has 2 semi-finals, so we can resume normal transmission there. But with just 2 to go through, it does look to be those 2 over on the far side of the course. Redlands Composite, that's Alexandra O'Brien of Loreto Normanhurst and Elizabeth Holthour from Redlands. And then Loreto Kirribilli in second. They did lead the race early. In fact, Loreto Kirribilli been moving back up into that. They've been swapping back and forth, those 2 crews, over the opening 1,500 metres of the race, and it is now, or it was at least at 1,500, Loreto Kirribilli narrowly on lane 3, Lauren Moran and Alyssa Fickers, but both do look to likely to move through. Cathedral Townsville, their third, then probably Mersey over North Esk and Albert Park College. They were the head of the Schoolgirls Champions a week and a half ago, Tish Speed and Eva Levashova, coached by Virginia Lee at the very successful program at Albert Park College in Melbourne, but up against slightly older and serious competition here in the under-19 women's double scull as well.
So Lauren Moran and Alyssa Fickers featured quite prominently last year at the Nationals in Tasmania and have had a good season and of course row together at school, as opposed to Alexandra O'Brien, who's at Loreto Normanhurst and also rows at Sydney University Boat Club. We saw her competing earlier on. Elizabeth Holthour, who's at Redlands on the North Shore. So in the middle of the race, neck for neck, but now in the closing stages of the race, the O'Brien-Holthour combination striding out and taking a 1-length lead over Loreto Kirribilli.
Yeah, conclusive in the end. The lead seemed to change 3 or 4 times over the course there of the 2,000 metres, but where it counts at the finish line, it's Alexandra O'Brien and Elizabeth Holthour who go through and will take a more preferred lane, at least, in the final. Loreto Kirribilli, however, will be there in the race as well as they race for the medals tomorrow morning. 3rd place then to Cathedral Townsville, followed home by Mersey of Tasmania. North Esk also from Tasmania, from Launceston, the North Esk Rowing Club, and then the Albert Park College crew from Melbourne will finish in 6th place.
And confirming the results of the under-19 women's double scull semi-final number 1, a win for the Redlands Loreto Normanhurst composite of O'Brien and Holthour, and second Lauren Moran and Alyssa Fickers of Loreto Kirribilli. Those 2 crews will progress through to the final. Eliminated now from the event are 3rd placed Cathedral Townsville, 4th placed Mersey, 5th placed North Esk and 6th placed Albert Park College. The provisional time for the winning crew, 8 minutes 15.74 seconds. The margin was 2.93. The second semi-final is in progress in the under-19 women's double scull with Ballarat Grammar in lane 2, Amber McClure and Keela Walker. The Sydney composite, sadly, Sydney Kinross Walleroy School composite has scratched. In lane 4, the ANU Mersey composite of Olivia Yates and Philippa Gray. In lane 5, the Canberra and ANU composite of Elena Moran and Imogen Lang. In lane 6, the Yarra Yarra Sydney composite of Ella Huber and Zara Kfouri. And in lane 7, from Gippsland Grammar, Hannah Roberts and Freya Hamilton. So that crew in lane 5, that Canberra ANU composite, which has taken the lead, both members of the ACT High Performance Programme, which is coached by Dave Framano.
The ever-growing ACT High Performance Program from what we've been hearing about the last couple of days, and Stuart John very happy about what's happening there in the nation's capital. He wants to bring this regatta to Lake Burley Griffin in a couple of years' time if he gets his way.
as our preparation for Los Angeles.
We suggested exactly that. The short course would be perfect just before 2028. So 2 to go through here from this second semi-final of the under-19 women's double scull. Certainly Ballarat Grammar we're doing well over on the far side, but lane 5, our race leaders, Alina Moran of the Australian National University and Imogen Lang from the Canberra Rowing Club. And the race for second would be lanes 2 and 6, in fact, the Yarra Yarra Sydney composite crew. They're also in lane 6. Ella Huber of Sydney Rowing Club, Zara Kafuri of Yarra Yarra, again a two-state, a Sydney-Melbourne composite combination there in a good battle with Amber McClure and Keela Walker of the Ballarat Grammar School over in lane 2. Next to that vacant lane 3, of course, with the Sydney Kinross combination having to scratch from this race. So it comes down to a battle, you'd think, for second place. Fourth would be ANU and Mersey, and then Gippsland Grammar over in lane 7. The 5 crews in this race. So into the closing stages now, about 120 metres to go for our race leaders. And certainly Elena Moran of the Australian National University and Imogen Lang from the Canberra Rowing Club very comfortably clear here. Ballarat Grammar from here look to be gaining the edge, certainly over Yarra Yarra and Sydney in the all-important race for second and third, and the final spot, at least from this semi, to be determined for the under-19 women's double scull final. And they are moving up, Ballarat Grammar, late on, making some ground on our leaders, but they're home safely now. The Canberra ANU composite crew on lane 5, they will get the win. Ballarat Grammar finished second, and third, a couple of lengths back, it will be in the end to Yarra Yarra and Sydney ahead of the ANU composite crew and also the Gippsland Grammar combination.
Confirming the results of the second semi-final of the under-19 women's double scull. A win for the Canberra ANU and ACT High Performance Programme composite of Elena Moran and Imogen Lang, coached by David Framano. In second, Ballarat Grammar, Amber McClure and Keela Walker, coached by Sam Pullin. Those 2 crews will progress through to the final. Now eliminated from the event are the Yarra Yarra Sydney composite of Huber and Kfouri, the ANU Mersey composite of Yates and Gray, the Gippsland Grammar crew of Roberts and Hamilton. The provisional time for this event
was 8:26.47.
Thank
Lizzie.
you.
So about 9 seconds slower than the previous semi-final.
And now we progress to the third semi-final of the under-19s women's double scull, and there's lots of interest from here in the commentary tower because in lane 2 is the crew from Pine Rivers of Ella Smith and Jave Proberts, who were so successful last year. Their coaches Ray Smith and Glenn Smith. In lane 3, wanting to do some damage, Sydney Rowing Club Canberra Grammar composite of Zoe Bond and Talisa Noak Driver, coached by Brendan Longman and Kendall Brody. In lane 4, the composite between Trinity Lutheran College and Newcastle Grammar of Josephine Armstrong and Ellie Clifford, coached by Eric Rowan and Brad Smith. In lane 5, from Loreto Normanhurst School, Sydney, Olivia Lucas and Madison Webster, coached by Jeff Patterson. In lane 6, from Mersey of Tasmania, Sophie Grave and Meg Castles, coached by David Tibbett. And completing our field in lane 7, a composite from Tasmania of Jessica Welsh of Kentish and Leela Hucker of North Esk, coached by Trevor Barrett and Graham Scattergood.
Yeah, Lizzie, I was wondering why Ray Abbott was up standing behind us, looking down the course expectantly for the last few minutes, but there is a Pine Rivers crew on the water, and not only that, they are the defending national champions over in lane 2. The combination of Ella Smith and Jave Proberts, who won this race last year on Lake Barrington, the under-19 women's double scull, deliver Pine Rivers their first national title in several years, and they are looking to go back-to-back here, and are certainly well placed ahead of the Sydney Canberra Grammar composite crew in second place, Zoe Bond and Talisa Nock Driver. But it was around about 5 seconds at 1,000 metres. The Sydney Canberra crew have pulled back a little bit of ground over the last 500 or so, but they are both well clear in the qualifying spots, Lizzie.
Well clear. There, what is it, 26 seconds then back to the Loreto Normanhurst crew. That's quite formidable. An absolute battle going on here between the defending champions from Pine Rivers and those young upstarts, Zoe Bond, who's still at school at Canberra Grammar School, where Kendall Brody, the Sydney Rowing Club cox and coach, has moved recently to take up coaching position there, and Talisa Nooka Driver from Sydney Rowing Club, who's coached by Brendan Longman. A very strong combination, not strong enough by the looks of things to actually overtake the crew from Pine Rivers, looking very confident, very composed, really together.
They are indeed. Also rowing the pair, the under-19 pair. The Pine Rivers combination won their heat on the opening day of competition. So they rowed the final of the pair as well. But this is their event, the under-19 double scull. And they remain comfortably clear here by, well, certainly clear water at least, over the chasing crew from Sydney and Canberra Grammar School. But looking very controlled and together. This well-drilled crew, coached, of course, by Ray Smith and Glenn Smith at the Pine Rivers Rowing Club on Lake Kawongbar, just north of Brisbane. They are clear by 2 lengths, and they will go through to the final where they will look to defend their title in the under-19 women's double scull. It's Pine Rivers by 2 lengths in race 258. They beat home Zoe Bond and Talisa Noak, driver of the Sydney and Canberra Grammar Schools. And then it's a big gap back to the rest of the field, a huge margin here. These two crews, these two double sculls, will be rowing a quad later in the regatta as well.
Look forward to seeing that.
That'll be a combination that is great to see. Two very talented double sculls there. He'll be racing together at 2:35 today, so set your watches for that one too. So Pine Rivers first, Ella Smith and Jay Proberts ahead of Zoe Bond and Talisa Noakes, driver. Next home is Trinity Lutheran and Newcastle Grammar, followed by Loretto Normanhurst in fact, next home is Loretto Normanhurst the third, Mersey were fourth. Fifth place was Trinity Lutheran, and then sixth, the combination from the North Esk and Kentish rowing clubs of Tasmania.
Yep, so semi-final number 3 has seen Pine Rivers and the Sydney Canberra Grammar School composite progress through to the final, and the remainder, Loretto Normanhurst, Mersey, Trinity Lutheran, Newcastle Grammar composite and North Esk eliminated from the event.
And have a look at the time.
Cracking time, 8 minutes, 2.3 seconds. The margin just 4.46. So yeah, we've got some real class action going on there in the under-19 women's double scull. And again, some of these crews will have put themselves forward to the selectors to be considered for early selection. So not only is that a great double, but it'll be wonderful to see what the quad looks like later on. I think Zoe was in the quad last year with the 2 Pine Rivers girls, but with Maddie Vag.
And the incentive this year, of course, is the possibility of being able to go overseas.
Overseas!
And race for Australia as well,
Exciting.
rather than the simulation regattas of 2021.
Indeed. Okay, let's move to the under-19 men's double scull. We have the first semi-final in progress with Gippsland Grammar in lane 2. That's Lindsay Hamilton and Billy Osborne. We have Trinity Grammar from Victoria in lane 3. That's Oliver Fraser Peckham and Edward Devlin. We have the Southport School in lane 4. Costa Karathanasopoulos with Benjamin Shuttlewood. We have Nepean and Swan River composite in lane 5. Harry Salfinger and Hugh Harold. In lane 6, Wendouree Ballarat, Joshua Matheson and Alexander Weston. And in lane 7 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Sam Merry and Zane McGregor.
Finally, back to the traditional format, Lizzie. 2 semi-finals, so 3 will go through from each one. Not quite the cutthroat racing of the previous few races where only the top 2 would qualify. And Gippsland Grammar here, the school from Sale in Eastern Victoria, doing a very good job over in lane 2. That's Lindsay Hamilton and Billy Osborne, coached by Nick Bartlett and Harry Roach, who are comfortably clear. About 12 seconds, in fact, that was their margin at the 1500 metre mark on Trinity Grammar of Melbourne. They're in second place. Oliver Fraser Peckham and Edward Devlin. And also keep an eye on the Nepean Swan River composite crew there, who are in third place. And we'll only need to finish third to move through to the final, but lane's obviously important in these conditions over the next couple of days. So looking to move up possibly into second place. That's Harry Selfinger and Hugh Harold from the Nepean and Swan River rowing clubs. Another composite crew from across the country there.
Yes, indeed. So Hugh Harold racing in the under-19 category, and his brother Miles Harold is here as well. Miles performing really strongly in the single scull and also in the Youth 8 for New South Wales. So up-and-comers from Nepean Rowing Club. They have combined with the Western Academy of Sport to support those athletes. That's a great win there also, isn't it? Gippsland Grammar
just cruise across the line for the margin.
So
it could have been a lot more if they'd wanted it to be, but they'll take the win and the preferred lane for the final. Second place goes to Trinity Grammar, so the Victorians taking out first and second spots here, and then third will be that two-state width of the country composite crew from the Nepean and Swan River, Harry Selfinger and Hugh Harold. Then it was Wendouree Ballarat ahead of the yellow boat there. Lane 4, the Southport School, and lane 7 is Northern Beaches Secondary. They'll finish in 6th spot.
Great to see them in this semi-final, though. They've come a long way. So, confirming the results of the first semi-final of the Under-19 men's double scull. Going through to the A-final will be Gippsland Grammar, Lindsay Hamilton and Billy Osborne, Trinity Grammar, Oliver Fraser Peckham and Edward Devlin, and the Nepean Swan River composite of Harry Salfinger and Hugh Harold. Eliminated from the event now will be the 4th placed Wendouree Ballarat crew, 5th Southport School, 6th Northern Beaches Secondary. The provisional winning time 7 minutes 28.47 seconds, the margin 10.95 and a further 5.35. The second semi-final in the Under-19 men's double scull is on the racecourse. In lane 2, a composite. Noah Lau from Ignatius Park College and Charles Clark from Maroochy River Rowing Club. In lane 3, Radford College, Hamish Roberts and Jake Sheeman Rogers. In lane 4, Nudgee College, Harry Dixon and Griffin Shostakovsky. In lane 5, Nudgee College, Jonah Nelson and Chad Willett. In lane 6, Gippsland Grammar, Cameron Rule and Anthony Smith. And in lane 7, St Joseph's College, New South Wales, Jackson Gersoy and Maxim Maloney.
So the Queensland crew is certainly prominent here once again in this race. 2 Nudgee College combinations and also Maroochy River and Ignatius Park. So that is a composite crew that spans most of Queensland. Ignatius Park College in Townsville up in North Queensland, and the Maroochy River Rowing Club is of course on the river of the same name, which is on the Sunshine Coast, just to the north of Brisbane. So again, I'm not sure how much training together Noah Lau and Charles Clark would have in their different programs, but certainly 2 Nudgee College doubles either side of them, making this a good race for the 3 qualifying spots. I mentioned Ben Homer before, Lizzie. We should also recognise we are sadly missing the encyclopedic mind of Owen Nix at this regatta, who was a late scratching too due to the change of venue. So we've had to ad-lib a lot of things we would usually just ask Owen to tell us the facts about.
That is so true. Yes, I think also Owen is the regatta secretary for Rowing New South Wales. He does the most superb job. And of course, it's a busy time because with the Sydney International Regatta Centre being closed and also Grafton River completely flooding. And further up, the changes in venues for most of the regattas has meant an enormous amount of work for him. He's doing a great job.
So he's actually got to do some real work instead.
Some real work instead of just sitting around reading encyclopedias.
Learning some more facts about the boat race, or or the some obscure international regatta. Lake Wyaralong, I heard, is spilling at the moment as well. The 2032 Olympic course up in Queensland. There's been a lot of rain, as I think Ray has mentioned, in southeast Queensland the last few days. Of course, the lake was spilling a few weeks ago during the major flooding in Queensland, and it is again as of this morning. So a lot of rain in that part of the world.
We do lurch from drought to flood here, don't we? This sun-drenched land of ours.
It does seem that way, but here at wonderful Ngambie, the sun is shining
and the breeze is breezing.
The breeze is blowing, but at least we've got the right amount of water. And we're gone through the 1,000-metre mark, well through that now in this second semi of the Under-19 men's double scull. And Chad Willett, who we've spoken about several times over the course of this regatta, along with Jonah Nelson for Nudgee College, maintain a narrow lead. And Radford College from the ACT over in lane 3, Hamish Roberts and Jake Sheeman Rogers have moved up possibly to second place now, ahead of that composite Queensland combination from Maroochy River and Ignatius Park. So they are our top 3. As we come through 1,500 now, it is still the dark blue boat of Nudgee College, about 3/4 of a length ahead of Radford and Maroochy and Ignatius Park. So the top 3 unchanged over the last 500 metres, but the second Nudgee College combinations drop back to 4th now, Harry Dixon and Griffin Shostakovsky. And they've got some work to do ahead then of Gippsland Grammar lane 6, Cameron Rule and Anthony Smith, and also lane 7, St Joseph's of Sydney, Jackson Gersoy and Maxim Maloney.
Yeah, Jackson Gersoy and Maxim Maloney, coached, of course, by Charlie Rowe, who coordinates that rowing program at St Joseph's College, and Dave Geely, who was a few years ago now, the lead coach at Loretto Normanhurst School for Girls, and then spent a number of years at UTS Haberfield with great effect, and now moving on to St Joseph's College, where I believe he is teaching as well. So great to see his name on the programme. Good to see his lads out here having a good bash. This has been quite a close race most of the way down the course, with the Nelson Willett crew from Nudgee in the lead, but not by very much over the Radford crew and the Marucci Ignatius crew. But as we come into the final stages of the race, they're managing to maintain that slight lead.
The top three looking to be just about set, but Nudgee College in fourth place at this stage, not letting it be easy for the second and third place crews. Radford there in second still, Marucci, Ignatius Park in third, and Nudgee College, Jonah Nelson and Chad Willett continue to be our comfortable race leaders. Not quite as sedate as the previous few race winners have had it, and the crew from Radford College coming home really quickly down lane 3 is that they want to snatch the preferred lane for themselves. They'll certainly get through in second spot. Third becoming close to Marucci Ignatius Park, still holding off Nudgee College lane 4, but Nudgee College lane 5 will take the win. Jonah Nelson and Chad Willett have done enough. They're through in first. Radford College second, and third will go to the Marucci and Ignatius Park composite crew. Those three go through to the final of the under-19 men's double scale. Fourth place will be Nudgee College on lane 4. Fifth and sixth will be pretty close, but Gippsland Grammar, it will be narrowly holding off St Joseph's. So Cameron Hill and Anthony Smith for Gippsland Grammar by just on half a length ahead of Jackson Gersoy and Maxim Maloney of the St Joseph's New South Wales School.
Confirming the results of the second semi-final of the under-19 men's double scull, a win for Nudgee College, Jonah Nelson and Chad Willett. Second, Radford College, Hamish Roberts and Jake Sheeman-Rogers. And third, Marucci River Ignatius Park College composite of Noah Lau and Charles Clark. Those three crews now progress to the A final. Eliminated from the event now will be the Nudgee College crew of Dixon and Shostakovsky, Gippsland Grammar crew of Rule and Smith, and the St Joseph's College crew of Gersoy and Maloney. The provisional winning time 7 minutes 39.68 seconds, which compares with 7:28 in the previous race.
So a couple of races removed from the program, Lizzie. There was, would you believe, a third semi scheduled for the under-19 men's double scull, but due to our complaints that was removed and it was redrawn to a two-boat race. So we've had those two races and also the repechage of the under-19 men's Coxless 4 that was scheduled for midday, not required. That will go straight through to a final tomorrow. So we are at the lunch break and we resume.
And we're going to have a whole hour.
A whole hour for lunch, which is very on this. This is, I think, the shortest day of the regatta. We finished not long after 4 o'clock either, so time to draw breath before the big racing to come. But
and probably everybody needs it after a big day yesterday and a bit of turbulence from the wind amongst the tents. So everybody's still trying to regroup from that, I think. But we will come back again at 1 o'clock. We have the repechage of the PR3 women's single scull in order to find the final two people for the final that will be raced. Race 3, 4, 5, which I believe is tomorrow.
And before that, we will have Ray Evert's lunchtime interview a few minutes before that first race.
Something to look forward to.
Exactly right. We can't tell you who he's interviewing. We can now. It is Paul Thompson is the subject today. So
high performance director.
Exactly. Plenty of discussion there. I reckon they could start now and still be going at 1, but we'll give everyone a break for a little while. Racing to resume at 1 p.m. with the PR3 women's single scull.